a lot of the success of using an offshore team is if you have a trusted professional to oversee them. Because what I've seen in a lot of cases, I've worked with overseas teams. Like there's a lot of talented folks overseas, but what happens is you have usually a non-technical person come in and go, I'm going to pay this overseas team to build my vision and do my V1, and they're just cranking out code, and it's never to the spec or the requirement or to the expectation of the person who's paying them. So a lot of times those offshore projects will fail just because there's not a person overseeing the work being done to comment on this is good, this is crap. And AI is very similar to that. If you're a non-technical person asking the AI to do something, the AI is probably going to give you crap.
Well, for the first time ever, second time for you, you and I went live on TV.
That's right.
And, you know, they say camera adds a couple pounds. They made me look like a freaking giant.
Well, looking at the replay, man, I look like I'm just a little tiny fella.
I know I have large legs, okay, but it looked like I had tree trunks that were 4 times the size of yours. And you got some pretty strong legs because, you know, you running 40,000 days in a row.
Speaking of which, Zach, tomorrow is the 11-year birthday.
Whoop, whoop.
Yeah.
I got an email today, 269 days until the One City Marathon. I don't envision me ever doing a marathon again. Could be wrong, but maybe I'll do a half.
Half is a good distance, but yeah. So did you like being live and in color?
You know, it was interesting. Once I got going, I was fine. I definitely, I felt myself rocking on the, at one point I looked down and I could just see my leg going.
I know. Yeah. It's just so funny. I mean, we do this. This is year 6, as we've discussed. We're in front of a camera a lot.
It's different.
It's different.
This is our controlled environment. It's completely different when you're in someone else's home. You know, I'm sitting there. We were only in the studio for 4 minutes. The whole thing was 3 minutes.
3 minutes and 47 seconds. Yeah.
My hand was slobbering, soaking wet. Went to shake the guy's hand. It just went down. He was like disgusted, but you know, whatever. Today's guest, Kevin Griffin. Have you ever been live on TV before? Not like a podcast or something like that.
No.
What do you think you'd be nervous?
I don't think I have. I saw the clip. You guys did a great job.
Thank you. It was. I think if we had a second segment, we would have been a lot better. You know, maybe they'll.
I thought that everything went well. It was just it was funny. You just have a lot on your mind. Your mind is so it's just like trying to slow everything down. And then once we leave there, Megan, Zach's partner in crime, she's like,
yep.
Zach, you didn't smile at all. And then I got to thinking, I'm like, geez, I didn't even think about smiling either. But just because I had so many other things on my mind.
I have RBF. I have a bad case of it. It's really bad. People don't get it. I'm not mad. I'm not angry. I'm literally I'm focused. And I was concentrating.
Yeah.
And like, I wasn't thinking to smile, you know?
Thankfully I was.
I did see a little smirk though. I did make a smirk at one point. I was like,
well, you had the sweet basketball.
I did. I got that in there.
You got the word Coco.
I referred. We got a quick little coronavirus Coco in there. It's called the Coco, Kev. I told people the worst advice you could take in business is listening to your mother. She's going to give you bad advice. I thought I had like 2.5 good one-liners in there, including my missed shot at the very end.
Yeah, it was good. I appreciate them taking interest in the World Cup. It's a big deal. It's something we all need to rally around.
Yeah, thank you to 13 News Now. Hopefully other stations as well will be interested in having these two clowns.
You're Kevin, you're no stranger to putting on events. It's a lot of work. It's a hustle.
I was looking back at the calendar, and I think I've been developing developer events for almost 20 years, like coming up to that milestone.
I feel like I met you at Mad Made Expo.
Mad Expo, that's right. Yep.
And that had to have been, well, I quit TV news in 2010.
Yep.
It had to have been Titan days, because that would have been 10 to 12. So it had to have been somewhere in there, because you did
2011, 2012, I think. Yeah.
Hampton Convention Center?
Hampton Convention Center. I was surprised we got that venue. It turned out to be a great venue. Cheap. Was exactly what we needed at the time. I really missed that event, and it's a great story about why we didn't do a third version of it. I'm not sure if anyone wants to hear that, but it's great for over beers and stuff.
No. If someone starts a story on this show, I'm going to complete it. So we cannot we can't let the crowd be like, well, what's the story?
So the story is we're doing the normal event stuff. So you try to get speakers to come in. We are looking for sponsors. We're selling tickets, and we were doing these bi-weekly check-ins as we had a core group of guys that were managing the event. And I think we were about a month before the event. We were month before our go date, like drop dead go date, where we had to commit to the venue. And one of the folks said, he was in charge of sponsorship, like reaching out, and we already had relationships with a lot of them. He said, I'm going to reach out to the sponsors today. And we're like, have you not reached out to any of the sponsors? Do we not have any committed sponsors dollars? And turns out we had 0 sponsor dollars 35 days before the event. And we went back and looked at ticket sales, like, all right, well, how many tickets would we need to sell to, assuming the worst case, we had absolutely no sponsorship. And we made the decision that because we didn't have any sponsorship dollars, there was no way we were going to sell the number of tickets that we had to sell, that we actually decided to cancel the event. And once you cancel an event, you can never uncancel an event. So we decided Mad Expo was done, and was just a fond memory of all those involved. But that was the reason. The folks in charge of sponsorship did not do any outreach for sponsorship. And I learned a big lesson from that, was that it's never one person in charge of sponsorship. It always needs to be a team effort for sponsorship. And whenever you look at budgets, you always talk about sponsorship. Like it's always the conversation piece, because it's very difficult to do an event without any sponsorship. Like you have to charge people outrageous dollars to get into the door. And I don't think people really realize how much sponsorship offsets an event. And we had to cancel because we didn't have any sponsorship.
Venues are not cheap in many cases. I don't know what Hampton.
Well, the crazy thing about that, it's just like, I don't ever want anyone to lose money.
Yeah.
But it's like, some people are like, we're willing to keep this thing empty, lights off, and like just don't take advantage of us. We're just trying to build community, get something started.
It's not like the city addresses, where there's a huge budget for things like that. I think a lot of times it's exactly what you said. It's community building, stuff like that. I remember after Start Norfolk 2, I feel like this is the right time frame. We had sent out this is Hatch Days. We had sent out a survey, what's missing? Everything that was great about Start Norfolk, people wanted more of, but people, like, we had these speaker sessions. I don't know if you ever spoke at Start Norfolk, I can't recall. But at Start Norfolk 2, I think that's the one where we had about 350, 400 people, 73 ideas. And we had a single track of speakers going while people were also building in a separate room. But it was great. Great speakers were there. But a lot of people weren't able to go over there because they were over here. And people were like, well, what if we could just do the speaker thing? I was like, cool, let's do it. We'll do this event called Drop Anchor. We landed this. We landed this venue in Norfolk, which is where TC's Theater is. I can't think of what that's called right now.
Roper?
The
Roper Theater.
Yep.
600 seats. We had sponsors though, Kevin.
Yeah.
So we did okay on the sponsor side, but then
You
couldn't
did
sell
really good on
tickets.
getting speakers too.
Yeah. Oh, these speakers, like I remember looking back at this, maybe since we've done the show, really good speakers that have now even gone on to like do some really crazy things. So I'm like, damn, I can't remember what we charged per ticket. I want to say $300, but we made some, I don't know. I feel like sometimes you can get customer discovery and it doesn't really tell you the answer. Yeah. And I feel like in this case, we maybe it told us the answer, but we didn't go deep enough. Whereas like, okay, like a 2-day event, maybe the money was too expensive. People have to work. There's too many assumptions on our part, but canceled it. I remember when I canceled that, like that was real tough.
Yeah. You're not a guy that stresses about much. And that seemed to be a stressful, dark place for you.
I must hide it really well. That is great. No, I mean, look, it sucks. Like, I feel like you have this trajectory where like everything's going great and you're feeding off of those things and you're trying to play off of that. And then when it doesn't, you're like, damn. The good thing is though, is because no one really knew about the event. Once I canceled it, no one knew that it was canceled because no one cared. Like, but I just think you have, I mean, that was what, 2013, 12 years from now, or 12 years ago. You just have high hopes for the people and the community and the region. Like you want to show them like you can do something big. And sometimes when people don't jump on board, I think that can be, it's like you have to look inside and say, okay, like what am I doing wrong to show this thing that I know you want because you've told me? What am I, like, what is the facade? Why is the facade wrong? What could I do to kind of open the door and say, come at me?
There's definitely a running theme in every event I've run since. So primarily we've had, let me point. So Revolution Conf, it was our big 400 person event we ran here in Virginia Beach. Hampton Roads Dev Fest is our smaller, it's our hyper locals event. That one was about 200 people. But like every time we sit down to do one of these events, I ask myself the question, like, do I trust this area to show up? And I say that, and I go through the event and they show up. Like I feel like sometimes I'm going to run an event, I'm going to put all this money and effort into something and no one's going to show up for it. But they've done a good job in the past of showing up. This Dev Fest we did this past year, we broke our records in just the number of people that showed up to it. So they'll show up. It's just really hard to start doing all that work without the guarantee that they're going to come. So yeah, it's the biggest reason I haven't done another Revolution Conf is I want to hit numbers like 400 or 500 people, and that it just takes a lot of trust for folks to show up for that. That I don't think I'm ready to pull that plug yet.
Well, if you're stressing, all you have to do is crack open a crunchy hydration. This one is Watermelon Calm plus stress relief.
Sponsored?
Shout out to Meg.
No, but they should be now, right? Well, I mean, they gave me this, so technically, I had to give them some product placement, I guess. You know.
Yeah, I'm gonna drink out of my Portsmouth Yeti.
You know, Tim has never had a Yeti cup before until about a month ago.
Dude, I'm too cheap.
Like that.
Too cheap.
How did you guys meet?
It was at your event.
It was okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so we talked about events. That's a badass poster, by the way. I think the Dev Fest one, whoever designed that, super rad. We have something very much in common outside of business, outside of events, and maybe your still love. It's not that I don't love these things anymore, but I just haven't really done it in a while. Roller coasters. I think I've been on about 100.
Throw the names up on the bottom of the screen. I think that's a roller coaster emoji.
Oh yeah, I put the emoji in my name. And it wasn't just for this. I've always had the emoji in my StreamYard link.
Really?
Yeah.
And here I am. I can't figure out how to do it. There we go. That's cool. I need to figure out how to do that. Okay, so you just hit your 100th roller coaster. I think I'm somewhere between 150, 160.
Yeah.
There used to be a website where you could track all of them. I tried finding it the other day, but I couldn't remember it. Is there something like that does that now?
A lot of folks use an app called LogRide to track their rides. I know a lot of people just use spreadsheets. Yeah. That's kind of what I do. Is I just
it would be hard for me to figure that out.
Because there's different level of tracking. Like some people don't just track their unique rides or unique credits. They track the number of times they've been on certain rides. Like I can't tell you how many times I've been on any given ride. Like that is a level of analysis that I can't do, but I can tell you unique rides I've been on.
Apollo's Chariot's your go-to. I know I've seen some writing about that.
Love that ride. Yeah.
Great ride.
Is that your all-time favorite?
It's my all-time favorite, not because it's not the best or anything, but it's like it's like my lazy boy. I could go
super
get on
smooth,
Apollo's
and
Chariot.
I love the negative G's.
Yeah. Just I would just sit there and take a nap. Just let me enjoy up and down, around and around. There are similar rides in other parks that are probably better rides, like objectively better rides. But
Nitro opened the same year as that at Six Flags. Nitro at Six Flags Great Adventure, same company, B&M. We're nerding out here, Tim. As the ones who built Apollo's, they also did Alpengeist. Yep, a couple others.
But like I rode Orion recently at Kings Island, similar model as Apollo's Chariot. Probably a better ride, but Mako down in SeaWorld, Florida, same type of ride, but Apollo's Chariot is I just love it. So it's always going to be my number one until they tear it down, and it's still going to be number one.
I think it's a little too short.
It could be longer. Yeah, I agree.
What is the longest duration ride of a roller coaster?
Well, Beast, right? Year 100.
Yeah.
Beast is the longest wooden coaster, I think, in the world.
Well, longest running or the longest in duration of the ride?
Oh, well, which one do you want?
I was looking for the duration of the ride. I just figured they all had to be.
There's one in Europe that's like a mine train. Yeah. That it's got a couple lift hills. I'd say the most rides are probably 2 minutes, and the majority of that is lift hill. But I think this one's like 3-4 minutes. Beast, I think, is longest wooden coaster.
I think so.
What was your experience? What did you think of that?
I loved Beast. So I chose it as my 100th simply because it's a classic. I wanted to make sure I had a classic coaster as my 100th, and because there's a lot of throwaway coasters that just exist because they needed to fill a spot. And I didn't want one of those to be my 100th. So I planned the entire day around riding Beast for number 100. So I'm a member of ACE, the American Coaster Enthusiasts. They have several landmark coasters throughout I would say the US, but around the world. So there's a couple in Europe as well. But Beast is one of them that it's a designated classic coaster. And like you could say Beast, and anyone who knows coasters at all knows Beast. I love the ride. I wish I could have done it at night, because apparently night rides on Beast are an out-of-body experience. I didn't have the time for that, but we did, late afternoon ride. It was raining. It was running really fast, and there's two halves of it. The first half was amazing. The first half threw me a little bit. I don't think I was ready for the second half of Beast. So a little bit of Tylenol could fix that issue, though.
Yeah, so it's 2 lift hills. It goes up, and then the first part, Tim, it goes basically through the forest at basically ground level, but a lot of twists and turns. And so where a lot of roller coasters now will do this side of it, a lot of it is really the turns, but not really turning. And then it speeds up allegedly faster at night. And then you get to the second lift hill, and then it goes down this double helix, which when my mom's been on this in like 2000, so 25 years ago, it bruised her. It was that rough. So it's pretty brutal. It would not be my favorite. I think Raven is my first favorite at Holiday World. Steel would be Millennium Force.
I love the Millennium Force. Yep.
So good. Tim, what about you?
That's the top 3 for me.
The Millennium Force, that's your point?
Yeah.
Yep.
You been on it?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
There we go.
Is that it? Is that your favorite?
No, that was good. I am an Apollo's Chariot guy.
Good. Come on, man. What are we talking
It was
about?
a long time ago, man. So I can't. The adrenaline is no longer flowing from that. When I was a kid, Darien Lake was always a really popular place, and I think it was the Viper. That was like the first steel coaster that they had. And so, dude, I rode that many, 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 many times.
It's not a Woody?
No.
Okay. They got a Woody there.
Yeah.
I can't.
Have you guys been to Darien Lake?
Yeah, I have. They have. Okay, so my home park growing up was Six Flags America. It's closing this year. They had a Superman the Ride, which was basically up, down, around, the little helix, up, down, boom, boom, another helix, I think, and then a crazy bunny hop, triple.
Yep.
And Darien Lake had a mirror image of that. So majority of the time I was going this way, but then we went to Darien Lake, it went that way. This is what we did growing up. My brother and sister hated it. Our vacations would be going to amusement parks. I was told this when I got married, when my brother gave a speech and was like, I had to go to all these stupid places instead of going to the beach every year or something like that. And now I don't ride them at all.
See,
so is that like your hobby?
We were too poor and never went to theme parks. I only went to Busch Gardens. And like when I was a teenager, I got to go to King's Dominion for the first time. And then when I started making my own money and I could start affording to go places, like that reinvigorated my love of roller coasters. So now I'm trying to get a new park, like 1 or 2 new parks a year. That's kind of my goal.
Busch Gardens is underrated.
It is. Yeah.
What's the furthest distance you have traveled to attend a park?
I plan a lot around conferences. So
Smart.
If I go do conference speaking, actually that's why I went to Kings Island. I was in Columbus for a conference, and I scheduled an extra day, drove out to Kings Island, and I took my son with me, and we did everything there. Last year I was in Kansas City, so I planned a day before. I went to Worlds of Fun, rode everything there. That was great because I took an Uber to Worlds of Fun, which I've never done before. Rode all 5, 6 coasters they have, and then it started thunderstorming. I'm like, all right, I'm good. Got an Uber, came back to the hotel. So got everything knocked out in like 3 hours.
Is that Mamba there? What's their
I'm trying to remember what their steel is. I don't remember.
Because them and Dorney Park and then Valley Fair, I feel like all have like the same similar stuff. The fact that I don't watch any roller coaster things and I still have that in my brain is ridiculous to me. This is all muscle memory. And this is what I did from like 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I did what are those like boards that you do that you like construction boards like you do like projects for in school? Like mine were always roller coaster
vision
related.
board or
like
something?
the trifold.
No, not a vision. Yeah, the trifold thing, not a vision board. People thought I was going to design roller coasters. That was like the thing. Oh god, it's crazy.
Roller Coaster Tycoon.
Loved that game.
Yeah, I was there.
Dude.
All right, I could talk about roller coasters.
Yeah,
now.
I have a question.
Let's
and so I'm going to borderline make myself look foolish. But dude, all of a sudden, like out of nowhere, like within the last month or two, the phrase that I hear all over the place is vibe coding.
Mm-hmm.
What is the deal with vibe coding, and why all of a sudden is that such a hot phrase?
Okay, so I do a lot of vibe coding myself. So vibe coding is essentially you're sitting down with an editor and you're giving instructions to AI to build a project for you. So strictly vibe coding is you're never actually doing the work yourself. You're instructing the AI to do the work on your behalf. So I like to create an iOS app and it should be called blah. And, here's some requirements for what the app should do. And the AI will go off and build it. And then it will come back and go, did I do a good job? And go, no, you didn't, because it never does. And you give it follow-up instructions. Oh, I like you to make the color blue instead of green. And I like you to do this and that. And it's a vibe because you're just like spitballing ideas and requirements to the AI, and the AI is going off and doing the work. That's I do a fair bit of that now. It's a really good way to, I guess, I call myself a trained professional. I'm a trained professional to go do a lot of work very quickly that probably would take me hours if I was doing it all by hand. But having the AI do a lot of it for me up front makes my life easier. So I'm not sure if that directly answers your question.
No,
But that's
perfect.
essentially what vibe coding is letting the AI do the work for you and you not touching the code at all.
It is quite it's quite the buzzword. I hear it everywhere.
So
I think
a lot of people are threatened by the robots.
Yeah.
But you, as a full-time developer, you're like, let's jump on this ride. Sounds like
it's a tool. Like, so everything I do is building a bigger toolbox and filling it with tools that I can use to solve problems. And vibe coding AI is a tool. And I think some people look at it as this is the tool that's going to replace me. And that's not wrong, depending on what level of professional you are. But I think the people who are really going to win are the professionals that take the tool and just add it as part of their workflow. I use AI to help me talk through big problems, and in the same way, whereas before, if I had a big problem, I would jump on a call with 2 or 3 folks I trust immensely and just toss ideas back and forth. I don't have to talk to a person now to do that. I can talk to an AI, and the AI will give me feedback. In some cases, give me references to different ways that I can solve the problem. And in a lot of cases, me and the AI, we spitball a solution, and then I can say, well, can you go mock that up for me? And the AI will go do all the hard work of mocking up a solution for me to review. And what ends up happening is they'll do that work, and I'll go, you know what? I changed my mind. That's awful. I don't want to do it that way. I think I want to do it a different way. And the AI doesn't have any sort of ego. So the AI will say, okay, let's just throw away all that work I did. Let's start from scratch and let's do something different. So I think it's going to make, in the future, iterating solutions much faster. I can do a very fast V1 and then a very fast V2. And then usually by your V3, you're honing in on the thing you actually wanted to build. And for a variety of businesses out there, that's the critical part. Like so many resources are wasted on that V1. And once you finish V1, you realize that's not what you actually wanted. What you wanted was V2 or V3. So being able to get that V1 done soon is
it makes me think like back in the day, for all the kids that are listening, there used to be cameras and you would have 24 exposures.
Yeah.
And you had to be really, really selective on what you wanted to take a picture of, because once the film was gone, the film was gone. Switching over to digital, as we know, you can take as many pictures as you want. And now with vibe coding, you can, it's kind of the same deal, but with code as opposed to film.
I never thought about that, but that's a great analogy.
So over the years, you've heard, well, first of all, do you have a name for your robots?
No.
I have a name for mine. The way you were talking to it, like you probably should.
I don't think I can say it on the air.
Oh, wasn't there a movie about that, like Her or A Machina or something like that? Like, all right. Well, thanks for being on the show today, Kevin. We appreciate it. No. You know how so many people would outsource overseas, tech stuff? I never thought of this until just now. It almost makes me think that if they had gone through a process like what you just said, first iteration, second iteration, third iteration, and had done that first and then shoved it overseas, maybe they actually would have gotten their money's worth.
Yep.
Because you hear so many horror stories. I don't know if people still do this. I guess they do, right? Outsourced to the Philippines and other nations from that perspective. But if they go through that process, you could probably fix a lot of that challenges.
A lot of the success of using an offshore team is if you have a trusted professional to oversee them. Because what I've seen in a lot of cases, I've worked with overseas teams. Like there's a lot of talented folks overseas, but what happens is you have usually a non-technical person come in and go, I'm going to pay this overseas team to build my vision and do my V1, and they're just cranking out code, and it's never to the spec or the requirement or to the expectation of the person who's paying them. So a lot of times those offshore projects will fail just because there's not a person overseeing the work being done to comment on this is good, this is crap. And AI is very similar to that. If you're a non-technical person asking the AI to do something, the AI is probably going to give you crap and you're not going to realize it. But having a technical person overseeing that process and understanding that, oh, this is an issue, that's an issue, that's not what the business owner wants or whatnot. If you don't have that person, you're just going to keep getting crap. You need that person with technical chops to oversee everything.
How have you seen the technical landscape evolve over the course of the last 15, 20 years here locally within Hampton Roads?
Here locally, it's gotten better. It's gotten bigger. We actually have a lot of tech in the area that is very quiet.
Yeah.
I think 10, 15 years ago, if you asked me, what's the technical landscape of Hampton Roads? It was, well, military contract or healthcare contract. And, since then, there's a lot more private businesses. You all did a thing with Yellow Dog not too long ago. Like Yellow Dog was one of those companies that I had never heard of until we were doing DevFest. And they just kind of came out of the shadows. We're like, oh yeah, we're a software company in Hampton Roads. It's like, oh my gosh. It's like all these companies exist. They're just very quiet, very to themselves. And it's kind of relieving because when I was starting events here and I've run user groups in the area for developers for years and years and years. It's always been military. It's always been healthcare, and it's never been private business.
Interesting.
Yellow Dog. I used to golf with Jay Livingood a lot. Like 2 times a week when I golfed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've ever hit par. Hell, I don't think I've ever gotten 3 over par. I mean, on one hole, not anything crazy. But
I always said high score wins, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I watched that video. That was pretty cool. Like, because I had asked him to invest in Hatch 2011, 12, 13 timeframe. He passed on it, which is fine. No, I mean, there's no problem there. But he was just starting to ramp that up because I think in the video he said it's 17. They're 17 years old or something like that. So that means it would have been 08 timeframe. But I mean, it's pretty wild. Like when you can get resilient and gritty, stick with it. What can happen? Yeah. There's 75 employees now. They do the inventory management for a crazy amount of stadiums in the country, maybe the world. I can't remember, but it's pretty cool that something like that is happening in your own backyard.
What is the series that you're talking about, Zach?
I don't know. You talking about Disrupting the Tide?
Yeah, what is that?
Well, I believe Disrupting the Tide is a series of documentary-style videos that tell the story of Hampton Roads businesses in a way that they've never been seen before.
Love it. Clip it. Let's roll.
Well, I'll consider it. No, but I mean, I think kind of back to like your point, like earlier, like, do I trust the region?
Yeah.
Or do I trust that these people will show up? Right. I think a lot of times people in this region are negative first, but there's a lot of people that are positive first that are like, we're doing these things for you. Like there's opportunities here. Right. And so like, I think Disrupting the Tide is also telling that story and being like, okay, like I talked about the facade earlier. So, okay, well, let me show you the facade a little differently, right? This is a peeling back of the onion of some of the companies that are doing some pretty rad stuff in the region. Maybe you've heard of them, maybe you haven't. But then, I think at some point, like you keep telling that you keep going up that roller coaster, and at some point, Like, it's like, okay, we're at the top. Let's start going down that ride and realizing like this is a fun little thing that we got going on here in the old 757.
Yep.
Because we all know it's good stuff, you know?
Yeah, it's all good stuff. I think another comment I would make just in the general landscape of all the events going on is there's what's the nicest way to say this? There's a lack of upcoming leadership. Like it's the same folks doing all the events, putting in all the initiative to get this stuff off the ground. Like we're kind of alluding to it earlier. Like we've been doing this for a long time.
Desperately, anybody that wants to be my replacement, let's start working and doing that now.
The people who say, "Hey, can I help?" Yes. Like you want the easiest way to just meet the people worth knowing in this area. Like get involved in any of this. Like I'm not even talking to the developer stuff. Like if you want to get involved in developer stuff, talk to me. There's a bunch of other leaders in the software developer space here. But if you want to start, do something leadership wise in the startup community, like no one's going to tell you no. Never is going to tell you no. And we desperately need that next generation of leader coming in to help run these events. The biggest reason I haven't done Revolution Conf because I'm tired. Like I've run 4 of them. I've run 4 or 5 Dev Fests. Like I need a break. Like my kids are teenagers. I can't do all this work. I really need someone else to show a little bit of initiative. Like the seeds are already planted. We just need someone to come help water them.
Yeah, it's new, fresh ideas, young energy, always a super positive thing, and always welcome it.
I have not attended this, but I've seen it through the socials. Maybe either of you guys have seen it, but it sounds like there's some version of Start Norfolk out there called 757 Build Weekend.
I've heard of it. Yep.
And I know Lionel Sapp, who we've had on the show, is somehow involved in some of these things. He seems like an interesting individual. Love his energy. He has volunteered. He helped us volunteer for the Startup World Cup last year. Love his energy and stuff like that. But it's like what you're saying. It's like who are those next people? And we had Jarrett Beeler of Sway on, an advertising agency on a few weeks ago. He kind of said the same thing. He's like, I'm doing these things now for the next wave of people.
Yeah.
And it's just really interesting to sit back and to even think that, like, hey, like that was a long damn time ago.
Yep.
Like I saw something the other day. I was like, damn, I haven't talked to that person since 2017.
Yeah.
That's almost a decade ago. And I talked to this person a lot back then. Yeah. So it's just crazy. Yeah, I mean,
it is wild. I don't feel like I have aged at all. And when I look back at those pictures from back in the day, I'm like, who are these kids?
Yeah. I didn't, just for the audience to know, Apple has this. I got an iPhone, and like every day they have like a new featured picture of the day, which is like your old stuff. And usually when I have a picture with Tim, and there's not a lot of them, right? We probably see each other 4 times a year, if that. I will send it to him. And this was at, I believe, your celebration of Launchpad.
Okay.
And that was 2015, 2016, because I'm pretty sure you're wearing the star suit.
Yeah, that was the debut.
0 grays in that hair, Tim. Just want to let you know. So 10 years ago, no grays. I'm skipping gray. I'm going straight to white. Look at this beard. Like this is ridiculous. And I'm not going to dye it. I'm not going to be one of those people. I refuse.
Yeah,
I say that now. But maybe when it all.
I think that the ship has sailed. If I change it now, man, everyone would know. I don't think you can make a gradual.
Everyone can know when it happens. I look at these people. I'm like, seriously, like I haven't lived to that, so I have to be empathetic of that. But it's like we can tell that's not your natural color. Like it ain't working. Yeah. Like don't just get the Just for Men and just put it in. It ain't working. This episode's gone way off the rockers. and I'm all for it.
Well, I knew that it was going to go down this way because all of us have been at this for a really long time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if I go back and I look at my career, I guess kind of bring it back into, I guess, what I think the original topic was supposed to be, like the best career move I made back. So I got out of college in 2006. Best career move I ever made was going to a group in 2007, saying hi to someone, and then like coming back. Like, people don't understand how much of a leg up you get if you just show up.
Yeah.
Like, because just showing up to a group wasn't even here in Hampton Roads. It was up in Richmond. Like, there was nothing here. And I was going to Richmond to participate in groups up there before I started doing groups down here. And like, just showing up more than once or twice, like, people will start to remember you. And that was the springboard for me being able to go into independent consulting and basically becoming a known quantity in the software developer, group here in Virginia and most of the Mid-Atlantic. It's just show up. Like, it's the easiest thing to do, and you'll never have to worry about a job if you just show up.
I call that raising your damn hand. You never know what can happen.
Never.
I got good news, guys. I found the picture.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
Oh yeah.
There it is. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't. No, you weren't wearing. That might not. That might be the second party. I don't know. Anyways, I haven't worn that shirt in a while. I haven't worn a white undershirt in a long time either. Look at that. Look at Tim. Look at you.
Look. That is. It's embarrassing to say, Zach. That is the same shirt pant combo that I wore on our news segment.
I'm glad it still fits.
You still got it. For everyone to know, that is not the same thing I wore the other day, but it's okay. It's quite all right. Yeah, but yeah, just show up. I mean, it's such a silly little thing to say. It's such a silly little thing to even think that you have to say it. But at the end of the day, most people don't show up, and then they wonder why. And it's just, I mean, Nike has the greatest slogan of all time. Just do it. Just do it.
Yep.
What's the worst thing that could happen? Well, if you don't do anything, nothing.
Yeah.
So everything's going to be better.
And everyone has an excuse for why they don't show up. Like, my favorite is, well, I got kids, man. I'm like, I got 3 sons. Like, I still show up. Like, the groups I run are an hour, maybe 2 hour commitment a month. It's not like I'm dedicating a substantial part of my life to community stuff that I do. It's just a couple hours, and it's all stuff we pre-scheduled. So it's not like, oh my gosh, I have this thing tonight. It's just put it on your calendar. The groups I run have been at the same time every month for 15 years. Like, you could set your calendar back in 2009 and you would never miss a meeting because it would always be on the same day. So that, people like to make excuses. Don't make excuses. Just show up. There's your short. Yeah.
How have you always been doing the consult with Griff thing? Is that
that was, I started that in 2011. So the way it worked was the story is I graduated college in 2006. I went to work for Symantec. Symantec had an office over in Newport News off of Oyster Point. And I went there. I was a junior software developer or junior software engineer. I was super important. I was an engineer. And I worked there for 3 months. And then one day I walked into the office. They were doing an all hands meeting, and which wasn't out of the ordinary. They did them every couple of weeks. And all hands meeting, they said, hey, we're shutting down the building. Symantec's going out of business here in Newport News. And most of you are going to just get severance, and you're done today. So I lost my job 3 months into my first career job, and so I learned then. I'm like, all right, I'm not going to rely on a business to take care of myself. So any career decisions I make, it's all going to be me focused. I went to work for another company after that called Antec Systems in Chesapeake. Great company, loving to death. I worked there for a couple years, and when I got there, I started looking for community outside of my job, and we were doing a lot of Microsoft.NET work, and there was nothing here for that, but there were groups up in Richmond, and I would go once a month up to Richmond to hang out with those groups and just learn as much as I could. But then also just meeting people, like networking became insanely important to me. And I met a lot of great folks who I'm still friends with today. That led to me helping run some events up in Richmond. So Richmond used to have this thing called the Richmond Code Camp, and it was twice a year, and it was a free event on a Saturday where people could come out and just learn whatever was being taught. And they were getting a couple hundred people to that event, and I just met more and more people. And because I was just showing up, and even that, I was showing up after driving an hour and a half, 2 hours to get to Richmond. The folks there asked me if I wanted to get involved in running events. So I started helping run the Richmond Code Camp. I had started the Hampton Roads.net group down here in the area because I didn't want to drive to Richmond every month anymore. And, that ran for a couple years. We ran Mad Expo, the Mid-Atlantic Developer Expo. That led into several years later doing Revolution Conf. And then we also ran Hampton Roads Dev Fest. I've always been a big advocate of trying to get people together. I've been an advocate for teaching everything I know. And that has just kind of guided my career journey, my career success since getting laid off by Symantec. And yeah, it's where I am today. It's because of just trying to be a figure in the developer community and help developers be better, because we're all just so scattered. And every time I have had a low in my career, there's always been someone saying, hey, I need some help, or I have a gig for you, or I have a customer who needs some extra hands. Could you come help? And that's led to a ton of success as an independent consultant. Which I kind of totally skipped over. In 2011, so I was working for Antec, and I got an opportunity to do some big contract work. So I ended up leaving Antec to go do that contract work. I thought that was going to be short-lived after about 6-9 months. And I have been doing that since, just working with individual businesses around the world. And I think I've kind of put it into the bio. I've worked with military. I've worked with small mom and pop businesses. I've worked with Fortune 50 companies, and everything in between. Like everyone has a need. And
well, I love that. I mean, just in the sense of, I'll have some media people contact me, in this sense of panic. There's a lot of uncertainty going on in this region right now. I mean, it's just with the shipyard, or recently NASA, or whatever the case is, and what are your thoughts on this? How is this place going to survive without government funding to make this happen? And it's just like, I think we're going to see a lot more entrepreneurship pop up as a result of this. These folks, they get a severance package. They realize that they got to bet on themselves, much like you did. They've identified areas and problems that need to be solved. I see that as that we're going to see more entrepreneurship, more business pop up as a result.
The interesting, just to piggyback off of that, is people have been talking about that, ourselves included, for a long time. Like, you need to get off of some of these things. Yeah. And it would be better if we get off of some of these things. And so I've always, from a narrative perspective, would have liked people to take a more positive spin like you just did there, Mr. Ryan TNT, because it is a positive for a lot of people too, right? And you know what? Maybe a couple hundred of those people hated their jobs there. So this is actually an opportunity for them to do something that would be not so stressful for them. And maybe there is an opportunity for them to learn how to vibe code and get out there into the world. And so, yeah,
I think it's just, timing wise, it's great. If you find yourself that you're like, what do I do now? What do I do next? Show up to one of Kevin's events, I mean, like that's where it all starts.
You somewhere in there though, Kevin, when you were talking about your life, you've neglected to acknowledge your previous role as a male model. I'm just wondering when that stopped.
It never started. It makes good LinkedIn bait. For the specific reason.
You weren't expecting that. Were you just like, what
I wasn't expecting that question, but yeah, I very much try to not be a vanilla, like just another face in the crowd. LinkedIn is a place where it is very easy to get lost in just the sea of people trying to sell you shit. And so when I did my LinkedIn profile, I'm like, how do I make my header look like, where I don't look like one of just the random people? And I'm like, bring a little bit of humor to it. And you look at me, you don't think male model, right? So, you look at my LinkedIn header and go, oh, he made the right decision not doing the modeling anymore.
I believe you have one of the best headshots I've seen. So I appreciate that.
Look at Big Balls.
I'm going milk that
everybody
until my
knows
60s.
Big Balls now.
I don't know what that is, but okay.
Big Balls from Doge. That was his LinkedIn name.
No idea.
Oh no, one of his boys. Yeah.
Okay, so Tim, I don't know if you know this, but Kevin Griffin is live from a shed in his backyard right now.
That's the Shed Quarters, man. We follow one another on the X, and
tell us about like the
shed.
All right, tell us about the Shed Quarters.
Yeah, because you DIY'd it. How did it all come about?
So I've been working from home since 2011, right? I quit my job. I had nowhere to go. I didn't have to go to an office anymore. So I was working from home, and we had a room over our garage that I was using, and it was my home office. Had kids. My first son was born in 2011, and then another one in 2012. And then they got up to school age, and my wife, she's a doula. She basically stays home, and then she goes out to births when people are having babies. So she wanted to homeschool the kids. She used to be a teacher before we had kids, and she wanted to homeschool. And she said, "I'd like to have a dedicated place to homeschool the kids." And our house, it was meant to be our starter home, right? And the way the housing market is, turns out it's going to be our forever home too. The room over the garage was the best place to set up homeschooling stuff. And obviously I couldn't work in the same room as the kids were trying to homeschool. So I just made an off the cuff comment. I'm like, why don't I just build an office in the backyard? And my wife said, that's a great idea. You should totally do that. So I looked around, and this was all pre-COVID, right? So things were much more inexpensive. I ended up getting a prefabbed shed from a place called State Line Builders out in Suffolk, and they built it, they delivered, they dropped it right in place, and I came in and I refinished the entire thing. So I put in insulation, I did all the drywall. I have a mini split over there for heating and air, and I ran power and Ethernet out here, so I have fully wired, ready to go. The only thing I don't have is a bathroom, so I still have to go in the house to, take care of business. And this has been my office for 8 years. And the best part about it, and I always say, if you work from home, you should have a dedicated space for work. It really shouldn't be your bedroom. It shouldn't be your living room. I like having the dedicated space to work because I come out to work. I go to work and I work. But then when I leave work, I leave work at work. When I go in the house, it's family time, it's hobby time, it's hanging out with my kids, doing stuff around the house. If there's a work need, I have to go into work. So I'm not the type of person that's just going to go off into the corner and try to slip some work in on the couch. Work is out in the shed quarters, and I've been like that for years, and I love it. It's made my life so much easier, so much less stress.
What's the commute like on rainy days?
Ooh.
Oh man, I have some pictures where like we'll get those monsoons or the snow. Like when we got the 13 inches of snow not too long ago.
It was not 13, Kevin. We live close to each other. It was 9 to 11. Don't lie.
Yeah, my gosh. When we got the 26 inches of snow, you know what? If it's more than 1 inch of snow, it might as well be 12 to 13 because
that's right.
I looked out the back door. I'm like, crap, I have to walk through this. So first thing I did was I went out and I shoveled the driveway so the kids could go out and not slip. Then I brought the shovel in the backyard and I had to shovel myself a path to my office. And I have a little porch on the front, and I shoveled off my porch, and that's how I got to work. But yeah, there's some days where I've thought about, maybe today's a good day to not work because I don't want to have to walk through this.
I have
a nice rain jacket, umbrellas. Yeah,
I bought a shovel for the first time this year. I have lived here 18 years, and this was the first time. And I'll tell you this, I'm glad I bought it. You have a shovel, Tim?
They come in handy. Yeah.
The problem is it just sits there all year. I use it for 30 minutes, and then it just sits there. I mean, what a waste. It was $18.
Put it in the back of the garage, put it out we have a garden shed as well. It lives in the garden shed. And when I know it's going to snow, I'll move it into the garage just so it's available.
What's something we haven't talked about that you want to talk about?
Oh my gosh. I don't know. We talked about the developer community. We need people. We're getting ready to do a happy hour for the technologists in the area. We launched a new site a month or two ago called 757technology.org.
Great site. Super clean. I dig it.
I vibe coded that. To bring this back around. Yeah, I vibe coded that entire thing. Because I didn't want to spend any time on it. I had a couple of free hours on a weekend, and I'd been working with another gentleman in the area, Ted Patterson, and we had talked about doing this, and I just sat down and vibe coded it based off of a Notion layout that we had. And yeah, the best part about it is it updates every day with information from meetup.com. So if we see a new event pop up on someone's calendar, it automatically gets put on the site. I'm trying to push that towards doing a weekly newsletter of the events going on for developers. Our whole emphasis is if you're a technologist coming into the area, or you've been here and you're just trying to find community, you can go to 757technology.org and just see what's available. And like, you don't have to come to my group but there's a dozen other groups that would love to have you. And I want to be a cheerleader for all the technologists in this area, because that's like, we have so much talent here, and there's no reason why Revolution Conf or DevFest shouldn't have 2,000-3,000 people showing up.
Right.
Like, we have the talent here. We just need the people to show up. And I think a lot of times people don't show up because they actually probably don't know we exist. So we just need to be loud, and we need everyone to be cheerleaders for everything that's going on. So I always try to tell folks that come to our meetings or come to our conferences, come to our happy hours, like, just bring a friend, bring a coworker, bring a random person off the street. I don't care.
That's it. Nothing else. Worst roller coaster you've ever been on?
Worst roller coaster. Oh man, that's Big Apple coaster, New York, Vegas. That one hurt.
The Togo, the one that does the upside down.
No, at the casino, right?
At the casino at New York. That sucker. That is one. I just remember hurting so
I just how often? I mean, how often is that maintained or inspected? Yeah, I mean, I just can't imagine that there's a
Daily?
I would assume in Vegas, it's probably, yeah.
I think they have to be. I think part of like the health inspector. I don't know if health is the right word. I think you have to do it daily because
do they know what they're
They
looking for? I don't know. I mean, it's just like for me, like my whole deal is, and I don't think that they necessarily put up roller coasters at back in the day when there was the carnivals, like these people
Oh,
at
well, that's
these
a different.
carnivals and fairs.
I won't
I
do
mean,
a
their
carnival
stuff is
ride.
getting, they're constructed, tore down, and constructed every day. These guys, they can't wait to just finish the job and go do it, whatever it is that they do. I just don't trust it.
I mean, you've seen Final Destination 3. That was portrayed to be at a carnival. Like, bad news bears happen that day. I mean, we can't have these kind of things. No, accidents do happen, but roller coasters are the safest form of transportation.
I did a report in high school. You are more likely to get injured by a shopping cart than you are on a roller coaster.
Well, that's because people just don't put those shopping carts in the cart corral. That's great right. Instagram channel to follow is the Cart Narcs, if you've never seen it.
I've seen them. Yep. When I was a teenager, I worked at a Kmart, and I was the cart guy. I would always go get the
raking
carts,
iron.
I learned that, you know how you talk to someone who used to be in the restaurant business as a server, and they would say, I always tip because I know what it's like to be a server. Those are the same people that are going to leave a shopping cart on the other side of the parking lot. Like, I always return my carts because I used to be the guy who had to walk across the parking lot on a 110-degree day to get the shopping
Just be a good person.
That's what I'm saying. That's why you're a good human, Kevin.
Hard.
Mm-hmm. Dude, I'm with you there.
When you have a great event, we're gonna do a little variation of this, Zach. You have a great event. You have to bring a go-to heavy hors d'oeuvre snack. What's your go-to food item that you would want to bring to this? That's always generally a hit with your attendees.
With our attendees, so we make the joke of anything that's not pizza or subs. Like that's, but because that is the easiest way to feed a lot of people, right? Is subs or pizza. If I was, trying to feed a lot of people and, seem like I put some time and effort and money into it, we found taco bars work really well. Like make your own tacos or nachos. Those work great. However people feel about it, Chick-fil-A nugget trays are always a winner. Like those disappear overnight. But usually the fallback is some sort of sandwich or some sort of pizza. HR Dev Fest, we did sandwiches. Revolution Conf, we had a pasta day that worked well. Feeding a lot of people on a budget is really hard.
The challenge too, though, venue-wise, is a lot of venues make you use their caterers.
Yeah,
that's
and
why
it can be.
Yep.
But even like I remember we did one at ODU, and I think it was starting off at 3, 4. I can't recall. Pizza was the meal, and they were charging $17 a person for pizza, and it was like a slice and a cookie and a drink. I'm like, yo, you're robbing me. It was like $25,000 in food cost.
That's only reason. So Revolution Conf was at the Wyndham down off 57th Street at the oceanfront. So first, great hotel. Like I'm not going to say anything about them. They're a great venue. The biggest reason we chose them was because our food and beverage minimum was $12,000 per day. So you essentially get the space for free, but food and beverage minimum was $12,000. I'm like, I can do that. Like that is easy. And I forgot what our actual numbers were at the end of the event, but like that's the cost of the event is usually in the food and beverage, or they'll
400 people, Tim, 2 or 3 meals. That's not that bad.
Yeah.
Whatever. What was the hotel in Portsmouth? The Renaissance? Is that
the
what
Renaissance? We
was that pre or post the renovation? They've renovated it now.
I haven't been there in years. We never did an event there. We looked at doing an event there.
Oh, you looked at doing it. Okay.
We looked at doing one. Their food and beverage was, I think, would have been 40,000. Like it was up there. We looked at doing it at the Virginia Beach Convention Center. I don't know how anyone does an event there. Like, because their food and beverage minimum was so high for
Rubber chicken.
and that's only to give you one little room up on that second floor. If you wanted a ballroom or anything, they're like, oh, well, then that's an additional however many $1,000. And then they say, oh, did you want Wi-Fi or internet? Like,
Right.
yeah, that'd be great. But like, all right, we can offer you 100 kbs for however many $1,000. I'm like,
and would you like
was
some
that a
power strips?
K?
Did you? Yeah.
And like, I remember having this discussion going, oh, there's absolutely no way we can be here. Like, and this is even after we had Ray over at Economic Development. Like
Ray
we,
White. Yeah.
like we should have had help, and we got nothing. So we ended up going to these hotels. It's why the Zetter's Theater in Virginia Beach was great. It's a nonprofit.
Who owns those
supporting
venues?
local.
The cities? Are conventions convention centers owned by cities? Are they a city-run thing?
I think it's kind of like a half and half situation. I used to work for the city, and I remember setting up networks over there. So I think a good portion of it is city employees. So
well, then it's even worse.
Tourism,
especially when you're trying to do something from a community perspective.
How else you going to pay for all this other junk they're doing?
Well, I will say for those that do sponsor events that we put on, I do take that to heart, and I will frequently support them.
Yeah.
In return.
Well, Mr. Roller Coaster Man, congratulations. This was great. Appreciate your time, Kevin. Good to see you. There was so much more we could have talked about. Maybe we'll do another episode in a couple of years.
Yeah, anytime.
Can't wait to look at the what your male model status is at that point. You know?
Hit the gym a little bit more. Yeah, we'll see if it comes back.
Well, you know, they say you can make some money on OnlyFans. So, well,
on that note,
thank you all. Have a great day. Like, subscribe, download. Thank you for watching, listening. Have a great day. Cheerio.
Scarcity creates innovation. And right now, I mean, our region is facing some headwinds with budget cuts and whatever, but that scarcity is it's going to force you to think differently.
For the first time ever. I've wanted to do this many times.
What are we talking here? Are you talking about wearing a hat on the show?
Yes, we are. Yes, I am. I'm not going to do it the whole time. I'm not going to do it. Actually, that's probably a lie. I probably have put on someone else's hat at some point on the show, but was just gifted this Marathon Consulting hat. And actually, you know, a lot of times we talk about this all the time. You don't want crappy swag. When you hand out crappy swag, it goes straight to the trash can. This hat?
Well, I mean, not necessarily to the trash can, but it will sit on a shelf and generally not be worn. But I will say that is it's a pretty sweet lid, if you will.
Are you a sticker on, sticker off kind of guy?
I'm a sticker off fella.
Yeah, me too. You know, this is ridiculous. I can't.
But shout out to Marathon.
Yeah.
With the sweet swag.
Got this from Mr. Tom Marsden, who
I would like to congratulate as the new chairman of Innovate Hampton Roads.
Shout out. Okay, so I was delighted. I sat in a meeting with you this morning, and I've never been to one of these before. And,
the old annual board meeting.
Yeah, what a whirlwind. And I asked you yesterday, you know, can I bring anything? Bring some food? The idea of Donut Dugout came up. And like I said the other day on one of your LinkedIn posts, you had me at hey. So I was like, let's go. So I brought 18 donuts. I believe 4.
Did you count them up?
It was correct. I tell you, we walked from the garage at MacArthur Mall, RIP, to Assembly, which isn't that far, but I had 2 boxes of donuts. Someone should have gotten a picture of me in these things. They were heavy.
The crazy thing is, Zach, is that there were a box that fits a dozen donuts only can hold 6 apple fritters.
No. It held 15 or 16 donuts on that other one.
Oh, they throw a little extra in there?
They did throw a little extra in there now that I counted. Hold on a second. Let me think about this. Nope, there was 14 in there. 14. There was 14 donuts and 4 apple fritters. The 14 donuts were on one box. The 4 apple fritters were on another.
Oh, see, I thought there was like 6 apple fritters. You took a picture though, no?
Yeah, they're that.
Fact
Yeah.
check.
You know what? Let's do that.
But
this is, I can't wear this out. It's just obnoxious. But I do like this. And I think I could wear this. I've been thinking about getting a new hat. It's breathable. It's nice. You know, now I don't have to get one. Thank you to Aaron and Tom Marsden over at the Marathon Consulting. If you haven't checked out their video, Disrupting the Tide, I learned a lot about that. That company from that. So cool stuff. How was your donut this morning?
it was great. It was great. I typically, normally I don't hit something that of that size and stature so early in the morning. So,
okay, there's 5 apple fritters and there's
and you should,
so there's 20 donuts. Okay, this is, oh boy. Okay. So I thought I ordered 18. I ordered 20 allegedly.
it was on point. It was good stuff.
It was lovely. What's on your mind, Mr. Ryan?
Well, there's always a challenge when there's a live show. Well, it's not a challenge for us because we do this we record every Thursday at 11.
Mm-hmm.
This is part of what we do. People can expect that. We don't do it. We don't advertise that it's live at 11 because we're trying to get like the largest audience per se. We do this in the sense of if people want to join live, they certainly can. They can throw comments in the chat, whatever, and we can yuck it up that way. But we choose to do it at 11. So always comes with a little bit of risk in case there's a last minute cancellation. And that was the case today. So there you have it. That is what's on my mind.
Okay.
And
you know what's on my mind?
Sharing this picture.
Mm-hmm. Okay, there we go.
Okay, 5 apple fritters.
5 apple fritters, and then we had 5 Boston creams. No, 3 Boston creams. Looks like 5 glazed. 3 coconut crumb. 6. No. 4 glazed. 2 maples. 3 blueberries. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want the record to know that the man to my left, maybe to your right, or vice versa, he ate the entire thing. Weight 16.5 pounds of one donut he ate this morning. Congrats, Tim.
Well, it was as we talked about before the meeting, it was a very humid morning. Yeah, I came back drenched, dripping, and I need a little something to refuel the body, if you will.
I did have a little. I had about 1/8 of an apple fritter in the last 20 minutes.
Is it kicked in?
I mean, like, am I tired?
No. Did you get a little sugar rush yet, or?
I'm not sure. I think these things are so large that you really can't eat the whole thing. So it's absolutely mind-boggling that you're able to do this.
Yeah.
I heard some interesting information today. So sat in on the Innovate 757 board meeting, of which this was Paul Hirschspiel's like swan song, if you will, right? He's like leaving. He's like
stepping down as chairman.
And during this call, you said something interesting that I never knew before, where you asked him, you called him and said, "Hey, Paul, can I have a couple minutes?" You guys met at Patrick Henry Mall.
Yeah.
Which, shout out to Patrick Henry Mall. I haven't been there in forever.
Right.
And, he really helped and guided you. And then you guys ended up working together. I thought that was a cool story that not a lot of people knew about. And there were Nancy Gearden, shout out to her. John Paris saying some positive and nice things about him as well. And that was cool. It's always cool to hear like what story someone relates back out kind of during their like, I'm going to call it a retirement party, but during the retirement party. Like I remember when Jim Carroll retired, they said, does anyone want to talk or say something? And I think I went up there first, maybe second. And
yeah, you and I were there. There was only a couple people that went up, and you and I were.
I think people get, they get a little nervous talking in front of people, whatever. But I don't think I was going to say anything. I didn't go into it thinking this. But the first thing that came to my mind, and I do think this is true, and maybe we even shared this on the show before when it happened, but he not coming. I guess I had military people in my family, but I don't really look at it like I came from a military family type of thing. So I didn't grow up thinking that. But living in this town, obviously, there's a ton of sailors and a ton of, service men and women. And one thing that I always learned from Mr. Jim Carroll, who, by the way, has long locks now. They call that lettuce. His lettuce is just like.
Is that what the kids call it?
Flowing like the wind or whatever. Yeah, ridiculous. By the way, I said the word slaps yesterday. Oh, that slaps. And someone looked at me like I was crazy. So he taught me this thing where it's kind of like the Vince Lombardi rule. If you really will, if you're not 5 minutes early, you're 10, or, if something like, if you're not 5 minutes early, you're late type of thing.
Yeah.
And so like we used to grab breakfast, I don't know, once every couple of weeks, once a month, something like that. I used to get there 5 minutes early. He has already had like 2 cups of coffee. I'm like, dude.
Yeah, military man. If military rule is 15 minutes early. If you're not 15 minutes earlier, then you're late.
I really despise people being late.
Yeah, I do. I hate being late in like, this bridge tunnel, especially construction. I'm either.
I know it happens.
15 minutes later, 30 minutes early. It's just amazing how much it can swing.
Yeah.
And it just instantly swing.
Yeah.
But yeah. Super grateful for Paul. I mean, for a lot. Yeah. He is a true behind the scenes leader. So it's, this organization wouldn't be what it is without him. Getting everything started 14, 15 years ago.
Yeah, that was something I thought was crazy too. Like, I remember it being started way back when, because they used to have these meetings, and I guess it was Start Wheel back then and whatever.
Yeah.
But
Paul being being co-founder of 757 Angels with John Paris.
Yep. It's just crazy that, you just start hearing those years and you're like, wow, that's crazy. That was.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the things you have to be, I don't know, you have to be a special person to assume the roles that we assume, in the sense of, because we're not doing it for ourselves. But it's crazy. Paul did it for the good of being a good human being. And when you think about the number of people that he has impacted over the course of 15 years, it's amazing.
Yeah, I've recently learned about it. You saying that is interesting. It reminds me of this, something I heard when Jim Irsay, the former owner of the Indianapolis Colts, has passed away. And how he was very secretive in his donations to people and helping people, and like he'd see something on the news and he'd immediately go fix it, but he didn't want his name attached to it in any kind of way. So like apparently he's like donated is probably the right word, donated like $100 million to people, stuff like that, and like really helped the need, those who are in need and stuff like that. And you hear these stories and you don't know who it's tied to. It's you kind of got your own little Santa Claus every day of the year for something. And it's pretty cool to hear that. And then literally to hear the story about how Paul basically kept the organization alive on its own dime for a while like that. And then to see where it is now, that's pretty cool just to hear that and just be like, okay, like, this individual, walked the talk, but also put his money where his mouth is. And, I can appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally agree. And like, I know I'm the type of person, like with you and your Kickstarter with your first book. What was it? Anomaly, I believe, is
Well,
the name of that book.
well, if we're talking to Lauren Craylow, shout out. I am a
That's right. But yeah, I was. I remember. It was a little game that you did your Kickstarter, and I wanted to be the last one to put you over the goal.
Oh, okay.
And
That's fun.
I don't
Is that
remember
true?
yeah, and I don't know if it came up in conversation, but it was just like, I'm the guy that's going to think about you first, but I'm also going to be the guy when everyone else moved on to something else. I'm still thinking about you, and that's when I put my little Kickstarter bid in, if you will, just to take it over the top.
Very cool. Well, I appreciate that all these years later. And I haven't read that book in a long time. Maybe I'll reread it. Actually, I started reading it about this time last year, and I got through a couple chapters. And then I did something else. I was like, I've read this. I don't need to read this again. I live it. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, what are we doing? So I haven't. We've had this cup for a long time, but I haven't used it. But I know you used it. The infamous Yeti from Portsmouth Partnership. Nope. Portsmouth Economic Development. Apologies.
Mm-hmm.
So shout out to them, Kristen, for helping out Tim live out his childhood dream of getting a Yeti can.
Well, the thing is though now is that I've missed that boat. Everyone has a Stanley now. I'm the guy that's just happy that I got a Yeti. Everyone's moved on to the Stanley, so I'm still not part of the.
I got my haircut the other day, and the place next door is called Hot Works. And at the Hot Works, there's literally a sign. I think it's like hot yoga. I'm not exactly sure, but I'm not hot. Like, I think that's what it is. There's a sign on the door that says absolutely no Stanleys. And so I don't know if it's because they blow up in there or something or what, but I just thought it was funny that they have.
It's just someone hating on the Stanleys. I don't know.
Yesterday, I was in Virginia Beach, Virginia, for a 2-month away walkthrough with the team at the Sandler Center. Was there with Alan Hagerman.
Shout out to the vice chair of Innovate Hampton Roads.
Shout out. And also Chris Lane, who is the photographer, videographer who did many of my videos that you've seen in the past, including the anomaly ones. And he and his company do live streaming. They do videos. They do tremendous work. So we're doing a walkthrough there. Because the venue is so big, you have to make sure that you have the right equipment on game day. And so there were some measurements. There were some pictures being taken.
How did you measure? Was it like a laser? Was it a tape measure?
I'm not sure. I was talking to the Sandler team during that, but I can see him moving, scoping it out here and there and over here. And so there was a lot of that. The picture I showed you from not inside the stage, but from the actual crowd, he took that shot. Then we had a really big conversation with them about where to put the presentation. What do they call that thing?
The screen?
The screen down. Do you want this screen? How high up do you want it? If you go too far, there could be this happening. And so there is a back and forth there. You also can have this little backdrop here. It could be
I
this.
can tell you one thing. A confidence monitor is definitely something needed because that screen is a big screen. If you turn your back to the people for that, you're going to be turning your back and really looking up in an awkward way.
Yeah, we joked on that, and they're like, well, why do you want that? And I said, we don't want people to be like, oh, hi, my name is Zack, and this is what I'm going to talk about today. This screen is large, you're right. And yeah, I'm excited. I'm nervous. I'm terrified at the same time because that is I'm pulling up pictures now, but that is it's just a big venue. And I've been in a venue like that as a fan, as an audience member, but to have to go on the stage and be like, oh, hey guys. Yeah. So the companies, those that are out there, we did an info session for this a couple weeks ago. It was like, hey, we know you're probably gonna be nervous. I know I am. I don't know about Tim, but I'm going to be nervous.
Yeah.
You know, even though I'm probably going to know like at least 30% of the people. It's just crazy.
Yeah,
So,
I'm excited. I mean, we're thinking about everything that we can do, pull out all the stops to make it
I
the
think we
best
learned a
event that it
lot
possibly
last
can
year,
be.
and I think we've really taken a lot of feedback from that. And I hope people that went last year come again. I hope that people that were involved in it last year apply. And I hope that people in the community and surrounding areas come.
Yep.
It's going to be a hell of a show. It's you know, we've talked about this ad nauseum, but when you really want to celebrate the businesses in an area in the state of Virginia, you really have to incorporate a lot of them.
Well,
And that means there's going to be a lot of you're going to learn about a lot of different businesses in a very short amount of time. And we're really excited. We don't want to tell all the little inside baseball, but it's going to be a pretty cool celebration.
yeah, I will tell you, this is as a founder, if we have people that are going to be traveling 3,000 miles to attend this event, as a founder, yeah, that is that you must attend. I mean, it's just, if it's good enough for someone to travel 3,000, multiple people traveling 3,000 plus miles to attend, then I think that it's a must attend event.
Wow. Is that San Francisco to Virginia Beach? Is that the distance? It's only 3,000 miles? It is.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's a ballpark. I mean, coast to coast kind of thing.
What do you think? I mean, is that your final answer?
I mean, it's close enough for government work.
Let's see. Wow.
San Francisco to Virginia Beach is
2,979.4 miles away.
I was off by 21 miles.
20.6. Wow. Now, in Price is Right rules, it's usually 100 or less is the delta. So, I mean,
But I was over. But I did over.
Oh, you did. Oh, no.
It's a big L.
You were
big
that
L.
close. Can you imagine on Price is Right being that close, but over? Oh, shiver me timbers.
Yeah.
I've said that twice in the last 2 days. I don't know what it means. So if it's inappropriate, I apologize. I don't know much about it.
It's gonna be a great event. Hoping to get some pizza at the pre-party. Here, there's gonna be a new place open in time.
That's what I hear. I guess we'll find out that night. I
Have a
also
little pizza party.
Okay.
Some bevies, some brewskis.
People can do whatever they desire. This is the walkthrough with the team at Sandler Center. The two women, Melissas. They're both named Melissas, so we we call them Melissas with the Z's. We got Chris Lane with the backpack. He brought all his gear. He's doing everything. Alan Hagerman right here, and the plain white kicks. Great time.
Yeah, and that's one event.
Oh, I just realized that I haven't finished my coffee, and if I don't do this, I'm gonna be up all night. This is gonna be terrible. I don't want to drink this now. I'm terrified.
I got my last of mine here.
So some pretty interesting things. So I've been following along, watching over the last little bit about what Innovate Hampton Roads has been doing as a storytellers of the region, but some really interesting pieces that I think are quite interesting that have happened in the region. One of the things is there's a couple companies that have really started to to do some interesting things. I saw Sales E, which was something else before when we interviewed them. They brought on two new team members, but the thing that's really interesting with that is Carl Hewitt, former founder. I guess you're always the founder. Founder, CTO, I believe, of Decisions. He was one of the first judges ever at Start Norfolk. At Start Norfolk 1 back in 2011, which I thought that was pretty cool. That's the only time I think I've ever met the guy, right? But pretty cool that he's still active in the community. I saw that Rubin Education, shout out to Danny Rubin. They, a couple months ago, I think, got into Miami-Dade County for his platform, which is a at least top 10 city, top 3. Okay. Miami is the third largest market in the country. Is that true? Really?
The third largest school district, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, cool. So that was cool to see that. And then I noticed that now he's in Philadelphia as well. That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool that a guy that went to school to be on TV learned a lot about that situation and said, oh, you know what? I feel like there's this piece missing, and is now giving, is providing this resource to the school system so that these individuals can really just learn how to talk to each other in a professional kind of way. I think it's a hell of a story, and I'm really excited for him. I used to work with him.
He bootstrapped the whole and continues to bootstrap the company.
Yeah. It's pretty cool to see him be able to do that. I know it's really rewarding from him. We used to see each other almost every day because we worked together at a TV station. And it's just cool. It's just cool to see him seeing this kind of progress. I'm very excited for him and to continue.
Well, the two things that stand out, and we have very, very little to do with that success.
Zero success.
The founders, the founders are doing the things that need to be done, but like those two companies, Salzy and Rubin, without fail, send us updates on their progress, and we share that story across the community as well. Danny gets it. That's his. Yeah, share your story. Send us your stuff. We have.
I accidentally muted you there. I apologize.
I saw that. I didn't want to get in the dance of mute, unmute, mute. I don't know what I said went through or not. But send your stuff in. We'll share it out. It's just better if someone else tells your story for you. Let us toot your horn as opposed to you tooting your own horn.
I believe you are not involved with the organization at this point, but I had a phone call or some sort of conversation with Monique Adams, who was one of the OGs at 757 Angels. And I remember her telling me a story about her husband who worked in commercial real estate, I believe. I might butcher some of this story, but just go with the flow. She said that the organization, they were trying to recruit a business. The commercial real estate firm was trying to recruit a business to the area to be in one of these buildings that he was helping manage, sell, whatever. And they were this close to coming. It was between our area and some other area. And the reason they didn't was because they went on like the local news, and all they saw was so much negativity. And it was like, what could happen? Like, what we need to have more positive aspects of it, because a lot of these things are outliers, right? They're not like, I don't think we walk down the streets and actually feel like crazy. Now, maybe some other people do, but like, people say, oh, downtown Norfolk's so dangerous. I was just there. It was fine. Like, it just seems kind of crazy. But anyway, so you see these negative stories, right? Yeah. And it was like the opposite of that is like, okay, like no one knows that there's these positive aspects of these companies. Like I made the comment at the meeting this morning. It was like, how hard it is to get on TV these days with a positive story? I mean, it's pretty damn hard. So for us to have gotten on that to showcase the World Cup, and then they said, can we have you back?
Yeah.
Like that's what I think the organization is from the storytelling standpoint. It's like, this is going to be a positive thing. So if you want to get your words out there, your thoughts out there, your messaging out there. There's not going to be a negative spin on that. And I think that's great, because if I was to ever take over a news organization, the first thing I would do is eliminate all the negativity. I think it can work. I just don't know why they don't. But yeah, so, innovate Hampton Roads from a news story, from a storytelling standpoint, is going to be positive. And I really appreciate that, because I think whether it was back in the day when I was doing Hatch things, it's always positive. Sure, at the State of the Startup Community Address, we had the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yeah.
Right. And we weren't afraid to shy away from those things. But usually that wasn't company focused. That was something else.
Yeah. It's interesting you mentioned all that. Because I did receive a press release yesterday, day before, and some organizations have picked it up. I think it's going to be published tomorrow. I'll finish it up and publish it tomorrow. But yeah, it's a not a negative, a real positive story. So I don't know. I'm torn a little bit. I don't, as we stay clear of all the hot topics, stay away from politics. We stay away from all that, but it's a story based on the tariffs. And it's just I just want to stay out of it. But I am going to show my unbiasedness, and I am just going to put out that press release as it was submitted to me, and we'll press. They took the time to do it. They did some studying. They did some polling. Take them at their word.
I don't recall. I've never seen you do that. It's like Arsenio Hall. That was pretty funny. Okay. Yes, I know who Arsenio Hall is. Okay. Anyway.
I know the guy that just muted himself for the first time.
Now
Episode 265.
Now I just lost my train of thought. Oh, okay. You said this thing last week. I believe it was last week. It was, you got a call from some of the local media asking for your opinion on something.
Yeah.
And I said this last week, and I'll regurgitate it and articulate it again this week. I think you took a really potentially negative, real life scenario that actually is impacting, a lot of people. When pricing changes and it's more money, like in the negative, it's a real deal. But or people losing positions at their jobs. People, a lot of people went to college to do some of these things in their dreams, and then they lose that opportunity to, in many cases, no fault to their own. And I'm very I feel that for people. And as a human, I think we have to do that. It's okay, that really sucks. But I thought your answer was very interesting. And it was basically something like, yes, this sucks. Yes, this is very difficult, but you have a skill set, and you also have an opportunity now to take that skill set and change the world with it through your lens.
Yeah.
And I just thought that was beautiful. And I think a lot of people are afraid to start a business and stuff like that, but it was well said. And I appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Thank you. One of the things that has stuck with me, and it's really, really important for us to understand and pay attention to, is scarcity creates innovation. And right now, our region is facing some headwinds with budget cuts and whatever, but that scarcity is it's going to force you to think differently. And that just like when we go back to, as Zack would say, the cocoa days, the companies that innovated, they did really, really well. The people that sat back and did nothing and watched everything fade away, that was a challenge for them. And, they suffered as a result. So scarcity creates innovation. And this is your time to take advantage of that.
The craziest thing I think of the Coco days, I think when I say that, people are like, is he talking about COVID? Is he talking about the coronavirus? You know, it became not the coronavirus very quickly. Do you think that's because of the alcohol brand?
I don't know.
Anyway, the craziest thing about the Coco days, I think I'm the only person who refers to it that way, and I hope I am. I like to be an innovator because scarcity creates innovation. You know what I'm saying? So, yes. How many people like refuse to do online meetings, and now none of them want to go back to the other way? Like so instantly, people were like, "I'm not doing this. I can't do this. This is against the rules." And now they're like, "Hallelujah! I can wear my PJs on a call instantly." It's just crazy how like that moved. I don't know how well like Zoom and stuff like that are doing these days, but I mean the amount of time that is wasted on traveling to meet with someone is just astronomical. And not to mention people don't know how to manage their time well in a meeting. But like you can do a bunch of 10-minute calls. You can do a bunch of 20-minute calls where it's harder to do that if like you're going to get coffee with someone. You're probably going to be there for 60 minutes.
Yeah.
Whether that's a good thing or not.
Yeah, it's the same deal. I mean, like, the introduction of the old outdoor seating and all that kind of stuff now. So, I mean, if you feel like you're, I don't know.
I'm surprised more people didn't keep the menu thing on there. I thought that was pretty smart QR code to menu on the phone. That's surprising. When you go on your trip soon, I believe that the cruise lines do that. So you're going to have to bring your phone.
Yeah.
When it becomes your menu.
I'll keep you up to date. So that's what you popped into my head when you were talking about the area and whatnot. So it'll be interesting. We're bringing in, you ready for this? 17 family members.
Holy shit.
To go on this cruise. And we're inviting 17 folks coming in from Michigan and Texas and other places into our backyard, and we're all staying down at the waterside area the night before the cruise. And
oh my God, you can go to the dugout. Get your sugar high.
But so the downtown Norfolk will be on display for people to take advantage of. And I'm looking forward to it.
I don't know what these things are called. I don't know if you've ever seen it. I feel like I've asked this before. In the waterside portion, the Town Point Park portion of the Elizabeth River Trail, there's this thing called, I think it's called like the letters, the sailor letters or something like this.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
It's a very small monument, if you will, but it's these letters. And they're, I don't know, coppered. And they're kind of like this, where it's not like a piece of paper, but like it lifts off the ground. Yeah. But there are letters that people wrote to sailors, and the sailor never got that. All these sailors had passed, and they never actually got to receive these letters, is my understanding. And it's just
for some reason really I was thinking it was the other way.
Oh, they did pass?
That the sailors sent the letters and then they passed shortly after. I don't know. Regardless, it's very touching.
Like that. Something like that, yeah. And it's just, it's cool to, I mean, it's a terrible thing actually, but it's a nice little monument to those who did a lot for us, and I appreciate that. And it's if they get a chance, they should try to walk the waterside or the Wisconsin, because that thing is obnoxious. I don't know how I did that once. They do like a ghost tour in there now too, where you can spend the night or something.
Well, I don't know, but I can tell you one thing from a holiday light standpoint, Christmas light standpoint, man, the Wisconsin chef's kiss, they do it right. That's a must attend thing. Very well done. Huh. Shout out to Stephen Kirkland and his team at Nauticus on what they do there.
I'm not one to come up with ideas that don't want to execute on it, but I would love our area to be like the king of Veterans Day parades, or I know Nauticus is a Navy museum, but being the legit home to these things would be pretty cool if we really emphasize that in a major kind of way. because I think when you actually do see them, and if you've ever been into Nauticus, I mean, it's a pretty cool place.
Yep.
To see something like that. And
yeah, they've done they just finished a pretty large renovation and modernized it quite a bit. And they continue doing great things. It's a cool place.
Another, I'm one who loves wildness, especially in business. And I recently came across this experience that via the YouTube that it really blew my mind. And it was a title, something along the lines of All American Rejects Get Kicked Off, like cops kick off All American Rejects from Backyard Party.
What they're doing right now, man, it's ridiculous. I mean, what a super wild thing that they've done to emerge.
So they are going into the All American Rejects are going into, I'm not sure if it's college towns, but it seems like it's college towns.
All 50 states. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know all those logistics. Okay. And they are playing in the backyards of someone's house.
Dude, do you know
their neighbors?
Well, do you know the neighbors are like renting out ladders for like $250, $300 so that they come into my backyard, I'll rent you my ladder so that you can watch the show.
So they did this. I saw an article, a video, the lead singer, don't know his name, but he said, well, something like he had to play some corporate gig and he was like, it was lame. I didn't want to do it. It's like, we're not back to the roots. The ticket price is too expensive. So let's just play.
The big thing is, I think this is a revolt against the Ticketmaster service charge craziness.
It's hard not to. And I don't know why so many artists and organizations and things partner with things that their customers hate. And maybe it's just because they know we're going to buy the tickets. But it's crazy. And so to see what, I think the guy's name's Tyson, to see what the All American Rejects are doing, getting people excited.
It's wild.
And they're just singing backyard parties. Look it up. It's really fascinating. And I'm always just one to be like, okay, how planned was this? And it was planned, but I don't think
it has taken a real life of its own.
That's what happens with the internet. And so you're able to find those things. And when you do something that's unique like that, and you're, an established band, I mean, they're not really that big anymore. I've seen them.
I saw one on thing is because my daughter Madison is following along with this because Madison grew up with the All American Rejects. We would drive around in the car, and that's what we would jam to back when she was really, really small. So she's following along closely, and
I got a song in my head. I'm not singing it.
Dirty Little Secret.
It wasn't that one, I don't think, but it's
maybe they'll come to the Startup World Cup. Who knows? Play a little pre-party. Just saying.
As I'm looking at my backyard, I'm like, I just always appreciate people that do things differently. A little anarchy, a little wildness in there. So it's cool.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing. You and I were not afraid to take chances, and hey,
I mean, most of the things I've ever think about. I mean, most of the things that we've done have been pretty wild things. I mean, State of the Startup Community Address, pretty sure still the only organization ever to have done that globally, at least nationally. I remember people used to be like, wow, how are you doing that? I'm like, I don't know. Just made some slides and told some people to show up. It's not that easy.
I don't know if I've ever really full-baked idea.
What?
I don't know if I've ever done anything with a full-baked idea. Really have thought everything through. We seem to build this plane while it's flying many, many times.
I remember 2-3 weeks before the original start Norfolk, there's very limited seats that have been sold. And then something happened.
Yeah.
Where 3 weeks before I get a phone call from someone and that clicked and it got in front of enough people, and then 175-ish people showed up. 40 ideas were pitched. I was like, oh, there is something here, And so Sometimes you just got to
Well,
say it enough.
the crazy thing is, man, is this dude, it takes leadership, and you've really, really got to lean in. And a lot of people, they're afraid to lean in, and then, and it shows. So it's too bad. But
So instead of they like lean back,
well, I think that, it's just, one foot on the pier and one on the boat. And, they have they want to make sure they have a safe landing.
Yeah. I'm going to do this a little prematurely, but so you talked about your family coming into town. So let's say that, your family is coming into town soon, and you could take them to one restaurant in town. What's that one restaurant they're going to take them to, Mr. Ryan?
Is it that time of the show already?
I said I'm doing it prematurely.
Yeah. It's well, so my family, they do like the white sauce from Plaza Azteca. Typically, whenever we go up, when we go up to Michigan, we'll buy some chips and salsa with a big container of the white sauce to bring them.
Cool.
I don't know if we're gonna have time this time around, but being in downtown Norfolk, and it's so hard to get into because it's so small. Jack Brown's is a great burger. We've been there a couple times together.
Their entire they might have 17 spots in that whole thing.
Yeah, and I think that's a power play move, man. There's because to anyone that does not know, they may know, the only thing they may know is that there is always a line to get in there. They may not realize that it doesn't take much to create that line, but for the passerby, there is always a line to get in that place.
That's smart. I feel like I gotten really dark on this thing all of a sudden. I don't know what happened.
But yeah, so we got let's shift gears. We have to touch on Tech Night. We got that coming a little further on the horizon, October.
Some of the people that I had never met before, I met through that event way back when.
Yeah, so it's like, for those that don't know what Tech Night is, just think about the Grammys, if you will, for our local technology, innovation, and entrepreneurial ecosystem. And we have some awards that nominations are open, so you nominate somebody. Zach, do you have the award categories handy?
No.
Oh, okay.
But I can. I'll read them. So I'm just thinking, I almost won the main award in 2012. I didn't. I lost to Joel Need. I remember that. Joel Need, we had his son on with the Kimsville kids.
He was unhappy with your performance, if I remember correctly.
Well, most people are. So met a lot of people there. Paul Dockery there for the first time. And gosh, maybe Kevin Daisy back then, like all of these people, because they used to do this. So this is interesting. I don't know that people actually know that this is a thing. So it used to be the Hampton Roads Tech Council, and they used to run this organization. At some point, that turned into HRIC. Don't ask me what that stands for, but we're just going to call it
the Hampton Roads Innovative Collaborative.
For the purposes of my story, we're just going to call it the old Tech Council. Okay. Then you and Dan Bell become close, and he sees what you're doing with Startwheel. I'm saying this from an outsider's perspective, so please stop me when I'm wrong. You got what you're doing with Startwheel, great stuff. You got what the Tech Council is doing, HRIC is doing. It's like, well, what would happen in a perfect world where those two powers combine and create Innovate Hampton Roads? And that's exactly what happened. But during that, even though it's been 2.5 years since that merger, I believe, there has been some excitement, some talk, some chatter about bringing back the 757 Tech Night, which is a celebration from an awards perspective, innovation and entrepreneurship in the region. And I know that when I heard about some of this stuff, I was like, oh, that's really touching. So there's a couple categories. I'll just read them all out. Was I wrong in anything I said there about that?
No, that was accurate. And yeah, I will say that in Dan Bell's memory, thought it was a very nice touch that we have the Dan Bell Innovative Tech Builder Award, so that I mean, he dedicated a lot to the region, and naming and having this award named after him will ensure that he's remembered forever and ever.
Absolutely. So Entrepreneur of the Year, the Dan Bell Innovative Tech Builder Award, 757 CIO, CTO of the Year, emerging company, technical achievement in government, innovation in education, advancement in defense contracting, startup to watch. And then in the same kind of vein as Dan Bell, another individual, John W. Wynn Regional Innovation Champion Award. Have I ever told you a story about W. Wynn and I?
I think so.
Okay. So when I worked in TV, I worked with his daughter-in-law. Have I told you this story?
I believe so.
Okay. Well, I'm going to tell here anyway.
I'll say that you haven't.
So I'm working with this lady, and we used to go out on news stories a lot. I'm not going to say her name. But she's like, I got to go to my father-in-law's house this weekend, and he is so terrifying. He's so scary. I'm like, oh, why? He's like, oh, he's this big businessman. He's like, he does all this
He didn't pull any punches, that's for sure.
He's just no nonsense, whatever. I'm just like, okay, like, sounds like a cool guy to me, whatever. Unbeknownst to me, that this is actually the dude, one of the dudes behind the Weather Channel and a lot of the innovation and great things, entrepreneurially in business from the Hampton Roads area. I had no idea. Then, somehow, when I get out of TV 3 years later, I learn about this cat. I start having a couple meetings with him. Definitely understand what she was saying in those meetings now. Where the guy's like, let me just stop you right there, Sonny. We ain't doing that. I'm like, okay. And so I don't remember when that came, when I realized it. But I was like, oh, man, that's so funny because she used to always tell me how this guy was so terrifying.
I tell you, man, he did a lot, not only for this region, but for Virginia. I mean, he was the guy, the catalyst behind Go Virginia. And, man, he really put his money where his mouth was. That's for sure.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and appreciate both of those individuals, W and Dan Bell. And it's nice that a name after them for these awards. I know. For those who knew him or of them, it's hopefully they understand what these individuals did for the greater cause of the of the.
And that was a great episode that we with Dan Bell on the Fervent Four Show when we had him. That was a fun time.
Yeah.
But
200 episode 2. What is this? 266, 265,
265.
Like that?
Yeah.
So when we talk about this, that's a lot of episodes.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I would like to shout out to. Yeah, we did not. I would like to shout out to J.P. Morgan Chase as the presenting sponsor for Tech Night. That super appreciative to have their support. I mean, they do. They deal with big numbers, and for them to get behind something like 757 Tech Night is, I appreciate that. That means a lot.
That event, October 9th, the Chrysler Museum. Downtown-ish, Norfolk, maybe right on the outskirts again. I'd still call it downtown. Part of
the awards themselves are going to be super cool.
Oh, are they?
Oh yeah, very unique. Everyone will be a one of one. There will be no two awards that are identical.
I got a cool. I don't know if you can see it. The turtle sitting in it. But I won an award from Lead Hampton Roads a long time ago. I believe it's the Leadership Award. I don't know why anyone would give me a leadership award. Just saying, I don't think I'm a leader. But I appreciate that. That award's freaking cool.
Yeah.
A lot of times,
these awards are awesome.
You know me as a guy who used to give out a championship belt to people. I am not a fan of stupid awards. I think they they just become like everything else. Like a stupid tchotchke. I know that awards can cost a lot of money, and that can be a big budgetary limit. But sometimes when you just hand someone a piece of paper or like a paperweight, it's like, come on, guys, I appreciate this, but like this doesn't make the impact that it should. People want to showcase something like that. All my other awards are somewhere else, but not that one, because that one's cool. If I had ever won my own championship belt, I would have that too. So nominations are open and ready, and tickets available as well. So a lot of things wrong.
Yeah, sponsorship opportunities are there. This is, I want to just be really, really clear. This is not a money-making thing for Innovate Hampton Roads. This is about breaking even and celebrating the region. Yeah, it's and for the startup founders, yeah, with the last thing that I am a very founder-friendly person, as you know, Zach. I never want there to be something in the way between a founder and getting to where they want to be. So we will have some scholarship type of program, if you will, that if you need a ticket, let us know, and we will be working with. Yeah, so to me, there would be nothing worse than someone is a sponsor. They get, say, 10 tickets with that sponsorship package. They know they only are going to have 4 people going, so we're going to take those extra tickets and then we will donate them to founders in the honor of that sponsoring company, and it's a win-win-win because this is a celebration for everybody. So if you're a founder and you're interested in something like that, let us know.
Kevin Griffin said basically this last week, and I know it can be hard for someone to listen to an hour-long conversation for one little nugget, but I read in a book once, buy that book for $15. If you get one nugget out of it, you implement it, it can be very powerful. I believe he said something like this: you never know what happens when you just show up. You never know what happens when you just start asking how you can help a little bit. And now, I believe he called himself like the guy who is known very well in the Mid-Atlantic from the developer aspect of it. Sure, he's done the conferences and stuff like that too, but it wouldn't have happened had he not driven the 90 minutes up to Richmond all those years ago to attend something that didn't happen here.
Yeah.
And so I think a lot of times people will see us talking, they'll see someone else, and they'll always find a reason why they shouldn't.
You can always find that reason too.
And I just would encourage individuals who maybe have that negative first aspect to just maybe once or twice to start. What would happen if maybe I'm misunderstanding what this thing really is? Yeah. And what happens if I just show up somewhere, whether it be the World Cup to Tech Night to something else, it doesn't have to do anything that associated with those two things. But what would happen if I just went in there with a little bit different of an attitude, with a smile, willing to meet and help other people? What could happen in that situation?
Well, if I can build onto that, Zach.
Please do.
When you attend to that, I guarantee you're going to be leaving with more than just one nugget by attending at these events. So here's your nugget for this episode. Take that. Go to an event, and I guarantee you're going to walk away with many, many more nuggets. In addition to, you never know who you're going to run into and meet.
Your next customer, maybe you're trying to raise money and you just happen to sit by a guy who's got a checkbook in his hand. People still write checks. Yep. Or is it like Venmo? How many people do? And then,
yeah.
You just never know. And I really just think that that's a bad attitude to live by.
I tell you, one thing, dude, I just listened to, I was listening to a podcast yesterday, and the thing that was wild was like, he was saying, I live my life as if paparazzi is following me everywhere, or a documentary crew is following me everywhere. And, that will change your perspective on how you live. And you think about that and you're like, man, yeah. How would you feel if you had a camera crew and you're just sitting on your couch, watching YouTube or scrolling through whatever? It just
From a positivity standpoint, he does
Yeah,
this?
yeah.
Who was
Yeah.
it?
It was Rogan.
Well, I mean, he probably does though.
Yeah, but in terms of he was talking about like when he was like his success and fame being a very slow drip. It wasn't like he became famous overnight, and it took a long time for him to get to where he is. But
I mean,
you know,
he
just to
used
stay
to,
on the right path, you know, that's how he is.
as someone who has quit many things, and I look back and I'm like, oh, I probably should have held that on a little longer. But also, I like to retire things while they're still at the top as well. But I mean, he started his podcast. He's in the 2000s now,
Yeah.
I think,
Yep.
right? 15 years ago. I mean, do you know how difficult it was to start a podcast 15 years ago? It's like hearing the guy from Strava talk about how difficult that thing was when they started. It's
Right.
just like,
Well,
or
just like
watching
even
the yellow
Tom
dog.
Green. Yeah.
Someone just talked about Tom Green the other day and how like
Like
he
he
was
had to
like the
shut his
OG
stuff down because his hosting bill was like in the tens of thousands of dollars.
I, people have no idea how easy this stuff is now. Like the actual creation of something is monumentally easier than ever before. It's mind blowing to me.
And the thing is, it's a repetition. You know, it's repetition and having
but
the
I think
passion in the
because
thing area that you're doing.
the dopamine of like the IG give me like that love type of thing, we anticipate that that's it, or because we'll see someone post and be like, oh, in 13 days I did this. I call BS on most of those things, right? Because I think they're lying. But it's like, who cares? Like, that's why whenever someone's like, well, let me see your SWOT analysis for your competitive advantage or your competitors, whatever. Like, I just don't care about those things because I can't worry about those things. I got to worry about my customers.
Do you think people really know? Do you think people really know their numbers in terms of like their reach, their web traffic? Do you think people know their numbers? Do you think they just are guessing at those numbers, or do you think they just don't? They have no idea? Because I know how hard we work. You know, just not because we're trying to hit any particular number, but we just want to make sure that what we're doing is working for the benefit of the founder. And I just know how hard we work. It's hard. It's not easy.
As a numbers guy, as a marketing guy, you know, numbers are everything to me.
Oh, yeah.
Like, if you don't know where you are, you don't know where you are. You wouldn't drive to a place without turning on your GPS.
And I do it not because I don't know how to get there. I'm doing it because if there's a faster way, I want to know. If there's an accident, if there's traffic, I want to know.
It's kind of like the mirror effect, if you will. I don't know if it's really a mirror, but like looking in the mirror type of thing. I think people are afraid to look in the mirror and really look. I think that's difficult from a positive and from a negative perspective. But that's something that I've always like, I guess it's just been instilled in me, or maybe I learned it. I don't know. But like, I remember like coaching the swim team many years ago. We lost the championship by 3 points. It was like, okay, like be mad for a couple moments, but what do you need to do next year to not lose again? And guess what? We won the title. But it's like, if you don't know those numbers, if you don't know why this happened, could I have just changed one little thing and we would have won? And this one little thing happened over here, could that have been the difference? Yes. And that's the answer. But if you don't know that data, imagine if it's something so simple as like, oh, I didn't actually click this toggle on, and that's everything. But because you're so afraid to actually know the truth.
I mean, that's the thing, dude. That's been my whole life. From a financial standpoint, you know, like just the understanding of compounding and the compounding effects of money.
But that same thing is business. Right. Removing the money aspect of it, just looking at the compounding interest. Like, imagine if you meet 5 new people every day, or you reach out to 5 new people every day. At the end of the year, whatever that is, let's say you take a couple weeks off, right? 50 times 5. I don't want to do the math, but that's a lot more people, over 1,000 people that you're going to meet or have conversations with that you never did. And all you had to do was spend 5 minutes doing it.
Well, I mean, it's just, I mean, me telling my kids right now, because they're to that age, I'm like, guys, you save $100 a month from 25 to 65. That will turn into $1.1 million based on historical rates. $100 a month. And it's just, I always joke, man. I'm like, dude, my go-to peanut butter and jelly for lunch. A lot of times when I go to coffee, as we've talked about on the show, not a super big fan of Starbucks. I'll take my own cup of coffee to the meeting. You know, I mean,
Oh, you
it's
do?
just like,
Nice.
and you know, I mean, it's just $100 a month, 25 to 65, over a milli. So just trying to instill that, but yeah, it's numbers, man. You just you got to measure it, and boy, it doesn't start growing until it starts to grow, and then you're and it's the same thing with us with the audience reach that we have, and we talked about that ad
Audience
nauseum
who
about
are
running.
you're running. Yeah, I mean that.
Your
Running
fast
is
fast days today will be your slow days tomorrow, and it doesn't seem like it would be possible, but man, if it doesn't happen.
It all comes back to those reps.
Shoot your shot.
Shout out J Cal for saying it the way that he did, because I feel like we always talked about reps, or maybe he's the one who brought up reps.
Yeah.
But I feel like ever since that episode 100, which seems like wow, we've done 160.
How many shots did I have to take to get that show to happen? He made fun of me on the show. He's like, dude, I had to say yes, others did, just to get him to stop bothering me.
Dude, okay, so Brittany and Dave Paragraph met from Where to Wheel, met J Cal that day at
and they're in this accelerator right now.
And and then I was just talking to them the other day.
They were on the show a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, they were? Cool. I was asking Brittany if they were going to be at the World Cup. She said, no, we can't. We're actually pitching to Google that day. I was like, that's cool. Like,
all because they showed up to start Peninsula. I meant to write an article on that when they were on This Week in Startups, because like the second or third word out of Brittany's mouth was, yeah, we met at Start Peninsula. I'm like, how about that? Start Peninsula getting a shout out on This Week in Startups in the top 10 of.
You should do an article on that.
Yeah, I have been meaning to.
Based on this last 10 minutes, like, and you just never like. It's the Nike slogan. It's just do it. Just show up,
dude.
Tim, great to see you.
Yeah.
Episode 265. Looking forward to the next 265. And we've only done a handful of these solos, so this was our worst one yet. But we'll get better.
No, I don't believe that for a second. The thing that's just interesting is how much we do talk to each other now. So I feel like we're always talking, but just everybody could eavesdrop, hear what we're talking. We don't talk about anything different when we're well, typically when we do talk, we're in front of a camera because we're on the FaceTime. But
inside
always
baseball,
a pleasure.
Always a pleasure. Like, subscribe, download, and make sure that you show up to Startup World Cup. Innovate757.org/Startup World Cup, Virginia.
Get those nominations in for Tech Night. It's happening, baby. It's happening.
I don't know if that's right at all. But
2 up and 2 down.
That was correct. Oh, you should do that now. This will be the thumbnail. That was the funniest thing I've ever done. Oh boy. Tim Ryan. How's it going?
How are you, Zack?
I'm wonderful. Granby. Today we're going to be talking about something on Granby. I'm trying to like people like, how you doing? I'm like, I'm Granby. That means I'm good. I'm chill. I'm like what the cool kids say, that slaps. I don't know what that means. But I'm going to try and get it so that it gets out of people's vernacular.
Yeah.
I think we met because of something like we're going to talk about today, right? Like, so in some capacity.
Yeah, it is. I'm looking forward to hearing more about this. It seems like there's a lot of people that want to see this happen.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's ready for a resurgence of some kind, if you will.
Okay. Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, it's just one of those deals, right? That, man, 2 episodes in a row. The Coco kind of put everybody back in shelter. And It's just really crazy to think that it's just however many years, 5 years after the fact, still trying to get people back into community settings or just to be around one another. I mean, community is a big thing, especially when it comes to coding and vibe coding, if you will.
Whenever I see someone with a mask on, I'm like, you're sick. It's just my immediate thought. No, you're sick. Not like you're disgusting. I mean, like you are actually ill. I mean, is that ridiculous to think? Like, let's say you're at the grocery store. Speaking of the coca, let's say you're at the grocery store and you're there every day, and the same, associate never wears a mask. Then all of a sudden, the person touching your food has a mask on. What am I supposed to think?
You're sick.
You're sick. You're ill. Get away from me. Next register. That's what I think.
Where's the where is the hand sanitizer?
Yeah.
Zach, have you found that are they becoming more and more empty, or are they routinely restocked when you go to the dispenser when you walk into a place?
Oh, Lord. That's a good question. I would say 25% actually have a little juice, juice in those things. Yeah. Today I was at a place, one of them had it, one of them didn't. Same
Hmm.
building. I don't know.
Roll the
I
other
mean, I understand
dice.
it's an expense that you don't want to pay, but also like when you're in a building, most of those things are never touched. Anyway,
True.
learned something pretty cool today. It's called technology,
Yeah.
and I'm excited to learn all about it. And yeah, today we have a guest, Jay Spracher. I think I said that right. What do you think, Tim?
Yep. Jake Spracher. That's the man, the myth. Welcome to the show, Jake.
Thanks so much for having me, guys.
Okay, so did you grow up here?
I did. I grew up in Hampton
Oh
Okay.
wow.
And you went from Hampton to where?
to Old Dominion University.
Okay. And then did you study like software engineering there?
I didn't actually. I started in electrical and computer engineering, and that's a big part of, I know we're going to talk about Build Weekend in a little bit, how it came to be. I wasn't always a software guy, and I slowly kind of got pulled more into it, and hackathons were actually a big part of that.
At ODU.
At ODU, yeah. So I started electrical, and then I picked up computer engineering as a double major, and that's what I graduated with.
What years were you there?
2011 through 2015.
Hmm.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. So that's around the
You-
time frame when I would have done Start Norfolk, which is a build a company in a
Well, and we spent a lot of
weekend
time in the
at ODU.
Strong. Yeah.
Yeah,
Cool. Yeah, I was there a lot. That was when Nancy Gurdon was there as well. So I got lots of great advice from her and mentorship. Shout out Nancy.
cool. Saw her recently. Great. She's always been a great resource and someone who doesn't just talk the talk, but will also walk the walk. You hear a lot of people like,
Yeah.
yeah, I can help you with that. Nancy has never been one to not do that. And I always appreciate that. And she always seems like very genuinely excited to see
Yeah.
to see
She
someone.
is very tireless in her efforts. It's great. She's everywhere.
When she took that position, she was not originally expected to take this. I don't know if you were around at this point, Tim. Yeah, you had to have been.
Well, I think that she talked about it on when we had her on the show. I don't even know what episode that was, but
Didn't
yeah, because
someone bail
they
at
had
the last
interviewed
second or
someone else.
something?
Yeah, yeah. She was on the interviewing committee, if I remember right. And then,
Yeah. And then I remember I think she told me or someone told me it was her. I immediately called her, emailed her, whatever. And I was like, well, no one thought that was a possibility, but it sure as hell makes a lot of sense.
yeah, yeah, she's been a great champion ever since.
So is that where kind of entrepreneurship became an idea to you, Jake, or what?
That's such a good question. I think it was. I want to say that that may have even been the nexus of it. It is getting involved with building software projects quickly. Like I said, hackathons were the introduction. Somehow that got me plugged into the broader idea of startups and entrepreneurship, and I started following like Hacker News. That's where a lot of the tech builders will see stuff. And just saw loads of articles on there. That was around the time the concept of an MVP came into the popular discourse, and different ways of building lean, indie hacking. Yeah, I got plugged into all of that.
What's I'm trying to think. The first event was when? That was like year and a half ago, I want to say. I remember posting something.
You're talking the
Uh,
first 757 build weekend.
yeah.
That was 3 years ago.
Was it that long ago?
I want to say that was August 2023. Right. So
Yeah, so almost 2 years.
yeah, and then I think we turned another one around pretty quickly, February the year after that, and then this has been the longest hiatus between 2024 and 2025.
Yeah, because I want to say that what because you would because I remember I was like, who is this Jake guy? I think that I got like some random email or whatever. Then I went to the forum and I whipped up a story to push out, and then from a traction wise standpoint on the from our web traffic, that story did very well. So it was
Oh,
like, man, that's a an indicator that there is a thirst for something like that. But I do remember that it got a ton of views when that was pushed.
that's cool to hear. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So what? So okay. So you like to tinker. It sounds like you're interested in the aspect of just like what's possible. You did some hackathons at ODU, and then you just said, "All right, well, I know about this space downtown. Maybe I can do something there." Like, how did you think of the weekend? Like, where around that stuff?
Yeah, I mean, it might be worth going a bit into my broader journey. So it
Yeah,
was,
let's do it.
at ODU, like I said, that was when I was an electrical engineering major. I still love electrical engineering. That's how I got pulled into engineering at all, was like tinkering on the little circuit boards. And they overlap with computer engineering is pretty tight at ODU. The electrical and computer engineers take a lot of the same classes, and that was my introduction to computer science. And yeah, I was on the sailing team, and like there was an opportunity to try and tinker with a little sailing watch. That was the first thing that one of my computer engineering professors, Dr. Kuchkov, encouraged me to do. Was like, yeah, you could build that. There's this little thing called the Arduino. You guys are probably familiar, where you just write a little while loop, and it's a little piece of hardware, and it has all sorts of sensors, and you can do things in the real world. And I want to say that was the start of it. That was where I was like, this software thing is cool. I didn't know you could just build stuff like that. And then fast forward a little bit, somehow I got connected to BitCamp that's hosted at the University of Maryland. That's a collegiate hackathon. And there's different categories of these events. The collegiate ones are the biggest ones. BitCamp is an example of that, where they're hosted at the basketball arena, and they fill the arena with coders, and like you apply to attend. And if you're accepted, oftentimes they'll cover your travel. There's like a big sponsor pool because all the tech companies want to hire the talent there. And that was like a turning point for my career. Was I went there and built something with my buddies over a weekend. We just with Red Bull were cranking code out all night long, and I left that weekend and I was like, that was so much fun. I just did work all weekend. I could get paid to do this. Like, I think maybe this should be my job. And that was where the whole idea of pivoting towards computers and software came to be. It was kind of a transformational experience. And moving forward a little bit, even I was fortunate to get an interview at Apple while I was in school, and getting through to that panel was pretty tricky. And I remember I was anxious leaving that interview. I was like, what Stanford graduate did they talk to before me? And I'm just this ODU guy. Like they're not going to hire me. I was not surprised, but there's a lot of competition for those jobs, and some of the things that I think helped were like to the hiring manager on the interview panel, I demonstrated like, look, this is the app I built at Pen Apps. It was a little like blood centrifuge. Um, uh, it would measure the RPM if you were like doing a little if you were in the third world country, and you had a vial of blood and you were trying to do a handheld centrifuge, like it would help you with that. But anyway, I think like having those projects, those hackathon projects on my resume, um, being able to demonstrate like I can build even while I'm in college was like kind of what opened the door for me even to get this pretty sought after tech job. And to answer your question, like how did Build come to be? I left Apple. I came back to the area. I have lots of friends here. My family's here, and I kind of wanted to do it again. I joined a startup networking group called On Deck. They had their Foundry weekend. They had a really lightweight template for doing a hackathon that I enjoyed. I kind of wanted to do something in person in the area, and I was just sitting in the startup studios. This was when Hunter and Evans were both there at the time, and I was just like, we could do one here. Like, look, this is a great space for building, and no one's building in here. Why don't we? Have y'all ever thought about doing a hackathon? And they were like, no, but like you could help us with that. And long story short, forgive me for hijacking, but I just wanted to show that whole narrative because might have
Yeah,
liked to hear that when I was at ODU, how valuable these things could be.
I did dig that up, Jake, and so yeah, I pushed something out in July of 23, and then that did end up being the number two viewed article of the year.
No kidding. That's
Yeah,
incredible.
yeah,
I had no idea. That's so cool to hear.
I like it
Thank
when
you
the
for
show
sharing
gets
that,
high.
obviously.
I like it when the show gets hijacked. Let's do more of this. Disruption's okay.
Yeah.
Um, okay, so interesting. The why do as soon as you said Arduino board, is that the same thing as a Raspberry Pi?
They're similar. So the Raspberry Pi is actually a computer, and the Arduino is a microcontroller. So
Okay.
it doesn't quite have the processing power, but it also can perform computations with lower latency. So like depending on the application, one or the other might be better, but they're in the same category.
I feel like a decade ago, Raspberry Pis became like the thing, and everyone was tinkering with them.
yeah.
And are they still around? Is that a thing? Like, what did anything ever happen to those?
That's a good question. I think there's still a thing. All the smart lights in my apartment are controlled by one of my Raspberry Pis. If you want to have non-Apple smart lights that don't want to pay the licensing fee, talk to your HomeKit. You can put HomeBridge on your Raspberry Pi. So I'm still using one. I think people do. Um, but you're right. Perhaps there has been a bit of a decline. I'm not sure what accounts for that.
Huh. So does Apple come to ODU or do you apply to them? Like, what does that look like? Because you think of a company like that and you don't immediately associate ODU like you kind of implied, right? You think of Stanford, stuff like that.
Yeah.
We have an Apple, we used to have an Apple store in Norfolk, but obviously those are very different things, right? Like what does that look like? How did you get involved with them?
That actually is a pretty wild story in itself. It started when I was applying for internships, and I had applied for a few, I think Google, Apple, and it was Facebook at the time. Facebook and Apple never got back to me for an internship. Google did. I got an internship phone screen with them. It was challenging. I didn't make the cut. Turning around as I'm graduating, I got another interview panel with Google for a full-time job. They gave me another chance, and I didn't make it through with Google then either. But around the same time, I was like, Apple never got back to me, but I'm just going to go on Apple's website. And, I've only ever applied for an internship. Let me just apply for something. And I didn't even know like on jobs.apple.com, it was like a pretty clunky website at the time. I didn't realize it was multiple pages of job listings. I just thought the 25 on the first page were all the Apple jobs. And so on the front page, I clicked on the one that seemed the most interesting. It was automation tools and frameworks. Do you want to like write the software that helps Apple engineers write software? And I was like, heck yeah. Um, and it was right as I was getting the bad news from Google. That was when I got the call from the Apple recruiter, and that's what kickstarted that process. But yeah, the wild thing is I just applied on jobs.apple.com to
Wow.
the first one I saw. But I would say if anyone's listening, don't do that. Like I happen to know I applied for a group within Apple that likes hiring new grads that are scrappy, and like not all of them are like that. If I applied for like staff AI/ML researcher position, like they wouldn't have called me back. So it's wise to select the job you pick wisely. But that was how it happened.
Did you go to Cupertino? Is that where you went?
Yep, I worked in Cupertino for 5 years. Got to work at Apple Park for I think a little over two. So yeah,
Is Apple Park like the Jurassic Park thing?
spaceship, yeah, wild. I could tell you all sorts of stories about that.
So do you get full access to like could you run around that thing? Like, or like, do they block it? Like how does that
On
work?
the outside, yeah, people like to do loops. It's exactly a mile around. I
Holy
think
moly.
if you do, or maybe I forget. It can't be a. I don't know if
It
the
can
loop's a
easily be
mile
a
or not.
mile. Yeah.
I guess it could be a mile. Yeah, I think so. People would do loops around it. On the inside, the way it's locked down, most people cannot walk all the way around the circumference in the inside. Like
That
Tim.
would have been cool if it was built that way though, to really
Yeah, yeah,
incorporate something like that.
it is still pretty cool. And like you have access, like the software engineer, it's in little quadrants. I forget what they're called, floor plates now, but like if you're in software engineering, you could get through two or three quadrants before you hit a wall. And then they
Hmm.
won't let you into the, hardware engineering lockdown. But
Yeah, you see a place like that, and I just immediately start to think of like Severance.
Oh, why
Walk
was I
into
thinking
that.
that too?
Yeah. Once you go through those front doors, like, all right, you're in, or you're
yeah,
not getting out.
one of my former colleagues actually made the same comparison. And like I personally loved working there in the building, but it's a very, all of the spaces look alike a little bit to the point where like I think leadership acknowledged that and was encouraging folks to bring their own character into their offices to give it a little bit more of a splash of color so it doesn't look like, say, the world's nicest hospital. But
Well, yeah, I mean the Apple stores are super clean, and there's not much to them either. So
yeah,
is it similar inside?
it's like a giant Apple store, but I mean they've got the largest continuous curved glass panels in the world. So like if you're in one of those lockdowns, you get a floor to ceiling view of all of the nature. And like there were trees on the campus before, but they like relocated them all to the perimeter and then they brought in like some ridiculous number of trees, like 2,000 trees they planted to try and make a nature preserve. It's like a $4 billion project.
What's parking like there?
So there's the sought after parking, which is under the ring. I think there's like two or three stories of that, and you would need to be there like before 8:30 or 9 to get a spot there. And then there's two like 4 or 5 story parking decks that are adjacent to the whole campus. So if you have to park there, it's like a 10 or 15-minute walk from there through the wonderful nature to your office. But the people still were not happy about that. Like, oh, I have to walk so far from my parking. I always rode my bike. You can ride your
Covered?
bike in, and they have like these giant 2 story bike rooms that have bike racks, and yeah, it's biker's paradise out there. It's cool.
Oh, to be a $3 trillion market cap company.
Yeah, and I left.
Where
Yeah,
are they on the Fortune list? They're Fortune 5, Fortune 10. They're pretty high up there.
they're
Well,
most
they
valuable.
bounce them back between one and two.
Yeah, not
Really?
right now.
Apple and Microsoft usually are battling it out.
Oh, I thought it was like Walmart and someone else. Walmart and Amazon.
I think, well, in terms of market cap, I
Huh.
mean, they're the first to hit a trillion.
Yeah, total market cap. It's been like Apple and Microsoft lately.
Hmm.
Yeah, crazy.
Okay, so you I went through your bio, I went through your site, maybe it was a Medium site or something like that that was telling some of your stories over the weekend, I think. And I can't recall though, you had written a story about leaving because you wanted to come back home to be around family and stuff like that. I believe was the story, something like that. And I mean, is that a hard decision to come to? Had you been thinking about for a while? Well, has it anything to do with like the craziness going on in the world at that time?
Gosh, I mean, especially now, you talk about a tough decision. I mean, I'm sitting here now in probably the hardest tech hiring climate since 2001 as someone who is self-employed or at least, working on my own startup in software. So if there's a point where I did regret that decision, it would be now. At the time, certainly not though, but the crux of it is a wonderful company to work for. I mean, the culture varies team by team. You can end up on good teams, you can end up on bad teams. I was on a good team. But the things they don't tell you, you effectively cannot build your own startup while you're employed at Apple. So you are not allowed to write any blog posts. You cannot post anything to the Apple App Store. You can't work on anything that is relevant to the current or demonstrated future business interests of Apple. So it's basically like you are employed by us. If you work for Apple, you do Apple stuff. And you can imagine for me, I've always been interested in startups for a long time. That I got pulled back to that. It was a combination of that and, to be honest, living in the Bay Area itself is tough. You get paid extremely well working at these big tech companies, but I would look at some of the managers I would associate with at Apple, and they would have to make sacrifices. Extremely successful people like making very good money, and they would like buy homes that are pretty far away so that they could have like a normal, suburban house that could have rooms for their whole family and just work all the time, of course. So
I remember someone who worked at a TV station when I had a TV show down here, Jake. You weren't here at this point, but they told me that they worked at Netflix, made 350 grand, and basically didn't have enough money to live because it was so expensive that
that's
day.
low for Netflix because Netflix is known for paying the highest. I mean, there
Well,
was
it
a
was 10 years ago, so I mean, maybe
oh
then it
yeah,
was.
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, there was a point where like half of my team got poached by Netflix. They just say, "Oh, we want all the Apple automation engineers."
Well, and
I
it's
think,
that those times are crazy.
yeah,
All those, I mean, like Zach, the Googles, Netflix, Apples, Microsofts. I mean, they would just hire people with crazy salaries with no job for these people to do, but just from a pure offensive standpoint, get them off the street so that they can't do anything productive for a different company.
kind
And
of.
now,
That's absurd. Uh,
yeah, now as Jake was saying, things are just getting a lot more lean, as yeah, Twitter was gutted when Elon made the purchase there, and then Zuckerberg took the medicine as well and got lean, and then everyone else started to follow suit. And so, yeah,
I
things
mean,
are a
can
little
you
bit.
blame them? It makes sense, right? It's like, why have all these extra people if you don't need to?
I'm tracking with you. Shareholders like it too.
You guys heard about the tax angle there too? I was recently reading about that. So the downturn, there's like three factors. There was the ZERP phenomenon, there was overinvestment in startups, there was a correction as interest rates went up again. Then there's AI. Nobody's hiring because they think that AI is going to do all the development work. But there's a third thing, which is you used to be able to write off all of, and this is the case for all expenses, period, but software was included. You used to be able to write off all your software engineering expenses immediately as a, R&D
Oh,
expense.
right, right, right. Yeah.
Yeah, and that what they changed in the most recent tax bill is you can only amortize it over 4 years, and so it maths out so that like if you're a startup that does 2 million, does 1 million in revenue and like has 2 million in losses, you still owe like a multi-$100,000 tax bill because you have to amortize your engineering spend. So all those startups, like when as soon as they got hit with that bill, they had to cut. So there's so many things contributing now.
What's your take on the whole AI thing? You embracing it, allowing you to be 30% more productive and move faster?
I'm absolutely embracing it, but it's controversial. Like I use it, and gosh, I hear people on various ends of the spectrum. There's people who are like AI is the new electricity, and then some of the smartest people I know are like it's all bullshit. Sorry, I don't know if I could say that. Like so, I'm somewhere in between. I use it every day to write code, but I find diminishing returns. I think the ideal scope to have AI work with you at a collaborator right now? Is it like the function level on the order of like 10 to 50 lines of code, maybe at the class level where you're talking about a file? But as soon as I give it the autonomy to implement a whole feature spanning multiple classes, multiple files, it like gets it right, 75% of the time, but that 25% of the time costs you so much. When you're like, oh, this entire feature is actually built completely wrong. I have to redo all that work.
Hmm.
So it's nowhere near, in my opinion, able to replace a software engineer. It makes them more efficient, but I think just enough to keep the narrative alive that software engineers are going to get replaced. But I personally think, these tech hiring goes in cycles, and that this is an overcorrection, and it's going to bounce back once the investment turns around. Once if they change the tax code, if these companies realize what I'm realizing, that this AI isn't a silver bullet. No one's going into software right now because of all of these fears, and I could see the exact same thing happening again. Salaries shoot back up, and then there'll be another correction.
especially if you have to go back in and you have to edit everything. You have to go back and rewrite everything. And it ends up being, the 80-20 rule, the 20 and the 20% on that is where you have to spend all your time. And if you're going back, you're like, okay, well, this made no sense. And
Yeah.
the brain power to actually find it, to have to tweak it, to rewrite it, to whatever, like, I could see that
Yeah, it's
being
interesting.
crazy.
Just especially in the sense of you take that one step further, when you have it makes it really, really tough because AI right now almost eliminates the entry level position. Because to address that 20% correction, you need a more senior engineer to go in and debug or whatever the proper terminology is. So it makes it a lot more difficult for, I would think, for the entry level developer. What's your take on that, Jake?
And I personally don't think it eliminates the need for an entry level developer. Like, I think you still, an level developer, for example, with ChatGPT as a collaborator is more powerful than they were before.
Sure. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
But
but
it makes them more of a mid-level more so than entry level. It was like almost like ChatGPT is the entry level developer now.
I think that's certainly what the hiring market reflects. I'm not sure which trend contributes most to that. I think
Hmm.
there's, in general, an oversupply of engineering talent, and so of course the companies are going to pick the mid and senior level folks because they can. Whereas the junior folks tend to get hired when everyone's just fighting to get a software engineer hired because there's so much demand. So that's one thing that contributes to that. But I think AI probably does as well. I personally think it's overstated based on my own experiences writing code. Who knows what's going to happen with developments now, but I don't see it as, Devin, the first AI software engineer, was supposed to, be replacing all the junior engineers a long time ago, and I've only heard bad things about Devin, so a lot of it's not played out.
Well, some of the craziness is when people like super like rely on the robots and then they don't check it in any kind of way. And you're just like, yo, like that's sloppy. Like you see some of this stuff and you're just like, even like, so we record these on StreamYard. StreamYard comes up with these clips afterwards. And if you don't watch them, you just take them, download them, upload them. Like usually there's only, let's say it gives you 10 clips. Usually there's only two or three of that 10 that are actually usable for little glitches, for captions that are incorrect, it taking a word the wrong way. And so it's just like, some people just say, screw it, I'm going to do it anyway, and I don't care that there's that error in there. I look at that and like, okay, well, I mean, it doesn't look good. If I'm putting out trash, that's not good for my consumer base, my audience to see this. They're going to associate at some point, well, this is, lackluster. You want to put out a better product. But it's crazy to me how many people don't actually verify
Yeah,
that the thing is even good.
it's really made me question my own values as a craftsman in the field of software engineering. I tend to believe that we are a little bit too cavalier in how we write and deploy code, and in a lot of fields, there's a higher sense of rigor. You need like a PE certification to design a building as a structural engineer. Or in medicine, there's this structured apprenticeship you go through, whereas like we just throw junior engineers, out on week one and they're pushing to production, right? But at the same time, like a cool counterexample is, I don't know if you saw Peter Levels. He's one of the more notable indie hacking influencers, and what you're describing is vibe coding, where you just you know don't look at the code. You just have the AI do it all. He vibe coded his own flight simulator. It was very simple. It was like kind of a retro flight simulator vibe, but he's got the distribution. He's got thousands of Twitter followers. The game was fun. He monetized it. He made it so that you could pay some small amount of money for a fighter jet and you could shoot people, and you could pay some larger amount of money to have, a low resolution blimp, flying around this like crappy looking flight simulator game. He was doing like $40,000 a month, and he coded that whole thing without vibe coding. So I don't think it's not a black and white thing. Like who's to say he was wrong to code that thing and make that money? But I don't know how to reconcile those myself personally.
With
Hmm.
what you're doing in a couple weekends, I think vibe coding is actually something that could be really useful for.
Yeah.
So back in the past, I ran Start Norfolk And and I've only heard, I haven't heard you really go through the what the weekend looks like, but from the outside, it looks like it's very similar. And
Yeah,
so
it is.
getting people to actually see some traction from a weekend, I think is difficult. Um, but to be able to get something out in a couple of hours, more simply, so then the rest of the weekend you can go out and actually, see what it can do. That's pretty unique to me. And just to see that, in 13 years, 14 years, we've been able to do that. I think and it also like gets your feet wet. You're like, do I want to do this? Do I like this type of thing? Because I think a lot of people are like, I have this idea. Cool, test it for, 12 hours. Do you like it even more after that? No? Okay, then move on. So I like that aspect of that from that perspective. So give us the rundown. What is 757? Is it 757 Build Weekend? Is that what it's called officially?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tell us what it is.
So it's a hackathon. A lot of people are confused by that terminology. They hear hack and they think like cybersecurity, like we're breaking into stuff. The hack, I told you I follow Hacker News, right? The original ethos of that word was to hack things together to build. And so hackathon is like, let's throw something together quickly over the course of a weekend. That's the gist of it. It starts with a mixer. We're still finalizing the date. I think it's going to be the Wednesday prior to the event. And that's where folks who are interested in participating can get together, socialize their ideas, form teams. Everyone comes into the weekend with a team. On that Friday from noon to about 6, we're going to have some workshops. Tim gave one last year on pitching as an example. That was great. Thank you so much, Tim. We'd love to have you back, by the way. I didn't need to hear
Sure.
about that. It's been we're kind of scrambling to get it going this year. We made a quick decision to make it overlap with Control Alt Play, which is hosted by the Digital Builders. I'll talk more about that in a sec. But Friday, it's build weekend. We're going to do workshops 12 to 6. If you don't know how to build, you can attend those. You can learn vibe coding. That will be one by like Emmanuel Perez. I think Ted Patterson is going to do no code, low code with Bubble. I'll do coding in MVP, things like that, giving you the skills to build something over the course of the weekend. Building starts on Friday. We blow an air horn at 6:30 or so, and everyone gets coding. Assembly runs through the weekend from 9 a.m. to 11, so that'll be the next day. Saturday it overlaps with Control Alt Play. So the Digital Builders, shout out to Lionel Sapp. He is trying to make events more fun for technologists in the area. He envisions stuff like South by Southwest, where in his words, like we might have a nightclub-like atmosphere at Control Alt Play, where there's a DJ, there's music, there's art, there's things you can look at, but there's also people building computers. There's a hackathon going on. There's workshops and things like that. So that'll be overlapping with the build weekend. Saturday is like a do not miss day if you're interested in technology, if you have a kid that's interested in technology, if you just want to see what's up with this whole thing. Control Alt Play is going on. That'll be really cool to check out. And then the building wraps up Sunday at noon. And we have judging, which is also open to the public. You can register for that on Eventbrite through the 757 collab. And that's where there'll be a science fair style event where folks can go and check out all of the builds that people did. The judges will be going around. They'll select the top 5 or so. They will all present to the entire room. And then the final decision will be made and prizes will be awarded. Right now, we've got $1,000 cash for the winner and access to co-work at the 757 startup studios for all 3 teams. And that's just what we've got so far. We're hoping to line up a few more things before we get going.
So if people come with their ideas and then they just go after it, or is there a general theme / ideas people build to solve? How does that work?
Yeah, you can come and build whatever you want. It's funny, there's a hackathon, I think it's called like the Stupid Ideas Hackathon, where like the theme there is just like build the dumbest thing you can think of, and it has spawned multiple profitable businesses, just because people want to buy the stupid stuff because it's funny. So we don't constrain what you're allowed to build. For our event, we have it structured so that there's just 3 prizes for first, second, and third, and you can build whatever you want. We're iterating on that. If you go to like a collegiate hackathon, there's often challenges by the sponsors. For example, when I went to Penn Apps, we won Hottest Health Hack, sponsored by Epic, the EHR. Or, we could imagine locally like Rise Resilience would do something like, best climate hack. It's just tricky because we have a smaller number of participants running this locally in the 757. So we only have so many, if we have 17 teams of 4 to 6 people, there's only so many side challenges we can award. But that's something we're working on growing and cultivating, especially as we grow our sponsor base and our partner organizations.
All right. Well, this is not planned, but Tim and I would like to offer all three of the winners a chance to attend the Startup World Cup.
Heck yeah. I'll put that on the website today. Thank you guys so much.
So that, and then, what's interesting, I like what I just heard from the Lionel aspect of that, of trying to, and Lionel's great. And I think Tim and I are speaking on the Saturday day. There's a panel at 5 o'clock that night. So about the World Cup and some stuff. But what's interesting is when I did the first start in Norfolk, the genesis was we were doing this event called Drinks Downtown. It was basically just like, hey, like there's some professionals. I use that word very lightly. I was definitely not a professional, but let's just say professionals in downtown Norfolk meet up at this thing called Drinks Downtown. We took it from
Professional
like four.
professional calves.
What?
Your calves.
Oh God, Tim, this is a
Sorry,
professional show. You
What are you
got you
talking about?
throw me off. Let me
His
tell my
leg
story.
muscles, you said?
Yes,
Mm.
yes, my leg. Yeah.
Oh man.
I look, as a kid, I threw some steroids in there. It was a really bad idea, and they've just it's a joke.
Sure you
It's
have
just
calves like the guy on the wall behind you.
I, I wonder what Dwayne's calves look like. I've
He would
never
be
thought
he
about
would be
that.
jealous of your calves, Zach. I
He
did not
might
mean
be.
to
He
hijack that
might be.
conversation.
He might be. Who knows? Okay, so we have the Drinks Downtown. We took that from like 50 to 200 people. And then because we were like out, like we had moved downtown at some point, and no one was like out on like a Wednesday. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but it was like, look, it's happy hour. It's Wednesday. Like, let's all go get a drink. And no one was there. I was like, okay, well, let's just throw a party. So we start doing this. This is 2010, 2011 timeframe. We are also at the same time, not on the same days, we were hosting like the UX user group, some of the tech user groups, some of the AI, AIGA user group events. And I was like, hold on a second, all of these people are like loosely associated, like they all have a role at a business. How can we take that, put them all on a weekend thing and say build type of thing? But just like you were saying, it's like we want this to be different and collaborative and unique. And so we're like, and I think I got away from this, but the first start in Norfolk, we had bands, a couple of bands,
That's so
which
cool.
was yeah, it's hard, like I don't think people who don't host events, who just show up, understand the logistics that go on in an event and how
Right.
difficult it is to try and be like, hey, like get
Well,
this band in here.
what I'm hearing, man, with like to make this great is, Jake, you got to get your folks all to attend the World Cup. 2 weeks ago, we had Kevin Griffin on the show. He's getting all of his people to show up. Just from that standpoint, both of those developer groups all in one place for the World Cup, it would be huge for just for you guys to grow and just have those serendipitous things happen. Um, that'd be awesome. Let's work something out to make sure that everyone from that's attend the World
Absolutely.
Cup.
I
Yeah.
can't. Did you go last year, Jake, to the World Cup?
I haven't made it yet.
Okay. So your co-founder was one of the 60-second pitches last year, if I recall. And
She was, yeah.
yeah, what I find unique about the World Cup this year compared to last year is we are truly trying to make it like the biggest business experiential event with a bunch of people that you would never expect to be in a room. And how can we showcase them all at once, or at least throughout the evening, right? And so hearing that there's, all these groups that are loosely associated but maybe don't hang out, and getting them to hang out a little bit, that's what we're
Well, and
tasked
not to,
with.
yeah. I mean, the thing is, so Jake, you get all your people there in attendance, have a great showing, and like back in the day, like Zach would, there's a big building down the street from where Zach was located at Hatch, called Dominion, and they would give Zack some cheddar every year because of the talent that Zack would bring into Hatch. So we bring in some folks that have, yeah, I mean, there could be a lot of really cool things that happen as a result to bringing the developer base to that event.
Just like with the school events that you were talking about, how they wanted to sponsor those things so they can get some of the talent, the exact same kind of concept here.
Yeah, and I think we should all think about not only just cross promoting, but how do all of these different components of the ecosystem plug into each other? That's something that
100%.
we've talked about with the other groups. Because with the build weekend, I actually see it as a bit of a pipeline to the 757 collab and the startup studios. That's one reason they're a partner organization. I've been a mentor through their studios is a phenomenal program. I think just due to the nature and the demographics of the area, they tend to successfully attract a lot of non-technical founders that have ideas and niches that they've identified, but there's no one technical to help them build. That's why they usually find themselves meeting with me. Maybe they get a grant, maybe they hire a dev agency, or they pay some contractors. But the best thing for our local startups is to have a technical co-founder on board. And so that's one crucial area where I see 757 Build Weekend coming in. And that's something that our group has identified as our mission is we're looking to cultivate a density of not just technical talent, because we have loads of technical talent here, but especially the founder CTO type of technical talent. And so we could be an on-ramp to that. And we plug in to say control alt play. If that group is about just getting people into tech, or Code and Chill is about getting people interested, the hackathon is an opportunity to get your foot in the door and learn some more. And then we've talked about putting together, a weekly opportunity for these folks to continue to build. And then Startup World Cup's another one. It sounds like once you have an idea, once your startup's going, once you're in the studios, like get everyone onto that platform, right? I'm sure I'm leaving loads of people out because there's so many groups, but like Paul Chin and Norfolk JS and Kevin
Yep.
Griffith, all of those communities like play a role in this, and I think they all flow into each other in different ways.
Good old
Well,
Paul Chin. Haven't heard that name in a while.
What a guy!
he's
He
great.
he I think got top three at Start Norfolk 3, maybe it was Start Norfolk 4 with a company called Eat Game.
Oh,
That
that's
dude's a hell
right.
of a cook. That kid's a hell of a cook too. He had a little ramen shop for a little
Of course he
while.
is. I didn't know that.
I miss that dude. He's got long
Yeah.
hair now, I feel like.
Oh yeah. Still
Ball of
posting about
energy.
Nick Cage. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. If you go to Norfolk JS, he made a whole website that's just JavaScript tutorials that are all written as the Nicolas Cage movie storylines. Like you can go to like the Declaration of Independence one, and like it's like we're gonna write some code to break into the building to steal the Declaration. Like it's hilarious.
Ugh, man, that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good dude. Well, I'll tell you, man, we'll get your folks here. Well, we are more than happy to we'll do a revenue split. Any of the all the tickets that you guys bring to the World Cup, we'll kick that back into your
Oh, that's incredibly gracious. But yeah, we'll absolutely either way just get your name on there. Let's do that.
that'd be cool. Yeah, our big thing, man, is just and Zach and I mean, they Zach, we say this if we're not tired of talking about it, then we haven't said it enough. But I feel like we never stop talking about it. We just want people to show up. It just that's the big thing. We want to fill every seat in this house. Until we get 1,000 people, man, we're not going to stop talking about this event.
Am I tracking on your mission correctly? To me, this event seems like the platform for our local startups to gain broader visibility. Is
That's
that
the
how
big
you see
deal,
it?
man. I
Okay.
mean, like, dude, we want to capture the attention of how awesome would it be if we capture the attention of the Googles or the Apples, and they're like, man, this scene is popping. We need to invest into this. But it all starts with this initial spark and doing the storytelling aspect to bring light of all this, man. Otherwise, we could be the greatest thing ever that no one has ever heard of.
That makes so much
So
sense.
yeah, I mean so that's the big thing, man. This is our chance. One night, one stage. one group of people all there to make the biggest sound, biggest bang that we possibly can.
And to echo that or to piggyback that, I would just say it's it's not, yes, it's a pitch competition, but it's not really just a pitch competition.
It's not,
And
yeah,
like it is there is absolutely that aspect to the event, to the night, but never. And I've seen some stuff decently close, but never have you really had that many different aspects collectively at that size in one room. And, I think we all realize and recognize the talent and opportunity and potential. And it's like, okay, like we
dude,
are capable of doing this.
that's right. I'm so
Let's
tired of
show the world.
hearing. That's right. I'm so tired of hearing everyone, we don't have any technical talent in this area. I was like, dude, come to this event. There's 300 of them right there. One spot. There's 300. Just let's go. I mean, that would be, I would love to be able to, or 500 of them.
And
Yeah, that's that.
I feel like the technical talent feel the same way on the opposite side. Like, why aren't these people looking for me?
Right.
And it's if we have to be the bridge
Catalyst.
to do the
Yeah.
catalyst. I was trying to come up with a fun word there. I couldn't think of one. I don't think I've completed my Elevate app today. Um, but the bridge to really do that, I mean, it it could be just something really special. And um,
I mean, I think that we're getting there. We're making great strides. So, Jake, you
sure.
may not have
Yeah.
heard, we got Tech Night. That's going to be happening in October. That's like the Grammy Awards for our region for innovation, tech, and entrepreneurship.
Too cool.
So like, dude, this year the presenting sponsor is JP Morgan Chase. I mean, that's a big company
Yeah,
that for them to want to pay attention and and do something here. That's a
I
huge
think
thing.
they're
It's a huge
Fortune
statement.
11. I looked that up.
Yeah.
wow, I didn't know that.
I didn't
So
either.
that's a great thing, and so like that to me is an indicator. Like, yep, we're paying attention to Hampton Roads, and when these startups become bigger startups as they get into their Series B, C, they need a place that can handle those kind of big moves, those kind of M&As, IPOs. That's so they're paying attention, and they're putting their money where their mouth is. So that's awesome.
That's so awesome.
And not to mention something that we haven't actually talked a lot about on this show over the 266 episodes is that there's something unique that if we were in New York City, if we were where you were for 5 years in San Francisco, we would not be able to accomplish this. But because we can and are and will continue to, big fish, small pond type of thing, or maybe I'm getting that, analogy wrong, but that aspect is very unique to actually be able to be players in a place and build and
Yep.
something for the future. Like you try and go into San Francisco today, good luck. Not to mention you go to Subway, you probably it's $40 for a 6-inch sandwich. Like, come on. But gosh, how much is one egg over there? $19 for one egg, $22 if you want it scrambled. But to be able to literally anyone listening to this show or anyone that goes to Build Weekend can literally be developing the future of our community one tool at a time, one conversation at a time. Like you never know just from those synergies what can happen from that. And that's difficult at other cities. In our community, it absolutely is a possibility because all three of us are living proof of that.
Yeah.
In 2010, I was working in TV news. 2 years later, I was starting to do all this other stuff. And then, 13 years later, I'm meeting you. So, like, it's totally a possibility. And I think that's extremely awesome.
Hmm.
It's fertile ground for sure. I think our biggest challenge for me, I'm a passionate urbanist, which doesn't necessarily mean like we need to build skyscrapers. It's just we need to cultivate communities where people interact with each other. And I think that's such an important problem where if we could solve it, we would solve all the other ones. We would solve political division and inequality, and we would catalyze innovation and the loneliness epidemic. If we just made it so that everyone just doesn't stay in their house and get in their car and not bump into other people, I think that's something that would serve us well. And I think that's one reason why some of these other communities, like you mentioned, New York City, are able to grow so much. And I'll just say while I'm on here, like a lot of the leadership in the cities in this area, I don't think they really get that. I've heard Virginia Beach, I think it was the mayor or someone was quoted saying in opposition to the light rail, we don't want to build ant colonies along this thing. Virginia Beach offers something different. By different, they mean suburbs and strip malls, which is actually not very different at all. And they said if young people don't want that, they can go to Denver. And that just breaks my heart because Denver has such a great startup community. And these very same people are saying, why aren't the young people staying? Why aren't the technologists staying? And that's another problem because as all of our cities they're disconnected. We have so much water. We literally have to cross water to get to each other. So just doing what we're doing, getting people to bump into each other, and also thinking about maybe building our lived spaces differently, I think could help this as well.
Yeah, that would be pretty great. I mean, it's as we continue to grow these companies, they're going to need buildings, and we are it. One thing that I learned, and I wish that I would have learned a lot earlier, Jake, is that like for many years I waited for someone to step up to lead the charge that needed to happen, and it took me far too long to realize that person just wasn't there, and it requires us to step up and be
It
that
feels like you're
change.
the voice. You penned that piece, and I was commenting the same stuff on that piece. I forgot what was the name of it again? You know the one I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, the real reason Hampton Roads hasn't hit its full potential, something along those lines. But
Yeah,
we're it, man. We just got to the point where it's like, dude, it's just not going to happen, uh, and someone's got to do it.
yeah.
So let's take a big swing.
Someone is you. That's someone's Zach. That's someone's. I'm sure all the
It's
folks
all of
you're having
us.
on this show.
It's
I
all of
think
us.
I, I think people might have a hard time hearing this from me, just for people who know me from the past. But like, it really is not about me. It is really not about Tim. It is about how can we take what our skill is and share other people's opportunities to the world.
Yeah,
Now, sometimes that means we have to be loud because people will watch us, and maybe that's annoying to people. But because people listen to us, we're using our like
I am.
soapbox, our
I
our
am
platform
very
to be able to reach others as well.
yeah.
And it's like, I promise you, at this point in my life, it is not about me at all. It is about doing other things for other companies. And it's like, I understand a lot of media and attention, things like that, because of prior lives. And not prior lives, but if
Previous
we're
chapters.
living in that kind of simulation, maybe it is previous lives. But I understand why some of these things get attention, and I'm very bullish on being loud from the attention of let people see it. And I know a lot of people are scared to do that for a
Well,
multitude of reasons. And it's like, how can we just share their message out so that more people can see it, so that it does
yeah.
rise?
And that's the whole thing, man. It's just like, dude, and I agree. I'm 100% conscious and cognizant of the fact that this is not about me either. My thing is that I want founders to focus on founding. And then because we've been doing this for as long as we have, let us focus on getting the check writers and the investors and the companies here. But unless we have great founders doing awesome founder things, those two things need to happen. And it always breaks my heart when founders like all of a sudden lose focus and they're like, oh, I'm going to do a little pivot and I'm going to do this. It's like, no, focusing on being a founder, get customers, generate revenue. Those are the things that we need founders to keep doing. And if both of us, everybody involved in this party continues to work together, that's what it's going to take.
Yeah, because it's not just connecting people and cultivating density, but also cultivating the right mindset. I think that's something that's special about Silicon Valley in particular is that the startup ethos kind of runs through everyone there. And some of the things that you mentioned, about not overbuilding your MVP, right? Like focusing on just get something out there, get validation, fail fast,
Yeah.
get your letter of intent signed before you go build the whole thing. Like these counterintuitive startup principles, the more that we can advocate those and make them permeate our community, I think the better our startups will do as well.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I certainly don't have time, but it would be really interesting if there was some sort of study done on this region in terms of like, I don't know, like I don't think that we have the swagger, as much swagger as we should have. And I think that like because we come from a shipbuilding type of area, more blue collar area, that like we don't feel like anything is necessarily owed to us, and we just continue to work hard and not tell
Yeah.
our story.
Yeah. That was the
Tell that
crux
to
of your piece, right? It
tell
was,
that to the people of Pittsburgh.
Well, but the thing is though, and trust me, like dude, and I come from the Rust Belt, so like Buffalo, Detroit, Flint, Pittsburgh, all that whole area, and and we talked about it the previous show. Scarcity creates innovation. They had everything going for them for with the automakers, the big three automakers, but then, dude, when manufacturing went to Mexico or went overseas, then that created that scarcity. And so now Pittsburgh, they reinvented themselves. So yeah, it's interesting.
Here we go. Pittsburgh's not going to the Super Bowl again. That's my song. Anyway,
And what do you think about? Well, maybe as we're wrapping, it is curious. We've not talked about Aaron Rodgers being a. I'm just curious your hot take.
I'm not saying this on the internet, but actually, here's what I will say. I do believe he is one of the top 32 best quarterbacks in the NFL, even at 41, 42 years old. And as we all know, there's probably only 20 actual quarterbacks that are good enough.
Where did Russell Wilson go? Is he
I
signed
think the
anywhere?
Giants. Talk about a skill set that is absolutely difficult to be like one of 20 people, one of 32 people in the world that's good enough to get that job. I mean, jeez, that's crazy. Anyway, Jake, tell us anything about the weekend that we haven't talked about that we should talk about.
that was the core stuff. I mean, it's the pitch here, I think, is really to prospective participants. And I was said it as loud as I can. I think it is just such a tremendous opportunity to one come in and experience that feeling of building. It's so much fun. This year we're using DevPost, so when you do submit your build, it goes live on a website. You can have a video, you can have screenshots, and my hackathon builds are still on DevPost. So you can link those from your LinkedIn, you can link them from your resume. I mean, to be able to point to a real product that you built, especially if you won something while you were in undergrad or even while you were teaching yourself to code, is such a great credibility boost. It's an incredible opportunity.
Um, I'm gonna throw a curveball at this one, Zach. A little change, dude. If there was one place that you could cater from that would bring all the developer folks in because the eats are great. Where's the place that you would cater from?
Like which region to source entrepreneurial talent
Well,
from?
no, here locally, like and you knew that it was going to get there hot and fresh, and that everyone was going to love it. Man, where would be the one place that you want to bring in
So
to
you mean
feed
like
everybody?
local? Oh, you're
Yeah,
talking for food, you
yeah,
mean?
yeah, yeah.
Oh, got you. What food? Oh, that is such a
He
great.
did a terrible job of announcing this
Okay,
question.
I'm glad
Yeah.
it wasn't me. I thought he was like,
He's like,
what region are we bringing startup talent from?
No,
He's
no,
asking
my
me
bad.
about the food. He's asking a much more important question.
Yeah, yeah. Because it can't. Yeah, yeah. Typical beer and pizza thing. We're going bigger than that. We got to bring in high quality food.
and just because you don't know that they cater doesn't mean that they couldn't cater. So
Right.
any kind of food, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, nearby, especially for fine dining, I gotta shout out Luce is my favorite. Very hard to beat on Granby Street.
Yeah, but you should go to Luce Segundo.
I have heard mixed reviews about Luce Segunda from my friend who works at Dollar Tree. I don't know if they've gotten better, but he said he didn't enjoy it on their initial launch.
Yeah,
Um,
well, your friend needs to reassess their palate.
reassess it. I will deliver that message then, because I'm sure it's much easier to get a table at Luce Segundo. What else is really good? I mean, I like Luna Maya.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, if you're looking for like casual,
Ned Lilly, that was his place.
that was his place.
That's
I
Yeah,
think he said he's been there 10,000 times. They have a plaque on one of his seats. 'Cause he said, I
Oh,
don't
for
know.
real?
I don't, what did was he joking about that?
I don't know. We haven't. Yeah.
yeah. The pique a la macho there in particular, I would say is my favorite dish. But
So no Mr. Shawarma?
I mean, yeah, for like fast casual, Mr. Shawarma is definitely my go-to. So in the Bay Area, there's such a wide diversity of cuisine. I feel like there's a lot of immigrants for tech, and for whatever reason, there's loads of Mediterranean restaurants. One of the ones in San Jose, I think Guy Fieri said had the best falafel in the U.S. or something, and I think Mr. Shawarma is on par. Their falafel, you have to wait for it. They throw it in the fryer when you get there. It takes like an extra 2 or 3 minutes, but their falafel is to die for if you're a fan of that.
Do you know Jared Beasley?
I think so. That's
He
familiar.
runs Astoria. It's upstairs, third floor, I think.
Oh my God, yeah, I just met him. I do know
Okay.
Jared.
I'm pretty sure I introduced him to shawarma. And I know he does, or at least used to do all their work. So he did all their graphics and their website and stuff like that. Um, but if you're ever looking for good food too, he
Knows.
like low key like knows everything. He's the one who told us about the Donut Dugout, which is 1900 Granby Street
Oh,
down
I
the
heard about
street.
that. I haven't tried it yet.
Man, we should have left you a donut this morning because we
Oh
had them
gosh.
today.
Zach
So,
got his workout in this morning. He had to carry two
okay.
boxes of, or last week, he had to carry two boxes of donuts, about a half a mile.
Got his workout and then he just took all those calories right
But
back.
shockingly, no, like this was literally 15 pounds of donuts.
Wow.
I didn't think it was gonna be that heavy. The apple fritters were 1 pound each. Unbelievable.
I gotta try it. I'm a fan
Yes,
of donut.
it's unreal.
What
Jake, I'm looking forward to meeting you in person in a couple of weeks. Appreciate all that you're doing for the area. And when we say, if there's anything we can do to help, please do not hesitate to ask, to get an introduction to someone, or hey, run something by. I think that's it's important to be able to have that person to say, hey, well, what do you think about this? Like, where can I get with this? So,
100%. Thank you.
Thanks, Jake.
any last words, Tim?
Dude, I fumbled so bad on that last question. I'm done.
But it was a great, I think the quality of the question makes up for it, really. So,
Because it came from the heart.
yeah, it's a thought
Yeah,
that
well,
counts.
we'll give you a pass this week,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Ryan. Like, subscribe, download. Thanks for watching. Peace.
See ya.
Guys.
We do see sharks. We do see many different kinds of fish. And it's still interesting. I've never seen one in the Elizabeth River, but to be clear, even in Root Inlet down at the ocean front, many sightings of bull sharks, which that's notoriously the most dangerous shark on the planet.
Hello,
We are-
Tim Ryan.
Hello, Zach Miller. I had to doing a
How-
quick
how-
check to see what episode number we're on.
267, maybe?
Yeah, 267.
Yep, here we are, live and in color.
These weeks fly by.
Have you changed anything in your background in a while? I don't feel like you have. I feel like we got
No.
a fun. Okay. Same.
Nope.
Maybe like a new
Things
hat
are
or
moving.
something.
Things are
I'm not
moving
sure.
too fast to focus on backgrounds and all that kind of stuff, man. It's we got a lot of stuff that's going. A lot of things really moving really fast, as you know. Gearing up for the Startup World Cup.
56 days away.
We're going to be putting Virginia on the global stage again. So get your applications in. Well, as you know, it's like, man, the messaging is always so. It's been a super interesting exercise, and so a lot of people are like, man, I don't know if I can compete on that kind of a stage, but gosh, you just show up, right? I mean, like the people that you're going to meet by just attending this event could totally change the trajectory of your business within itself. So just show up, have a great time, drink a drink, have some food, meet some people, support fellow entrepreneurs. It's going to be awesome. Show up. We can't wait to see you.
There you go. I got nothing else to say. Thanks for
Yeah.
taking my thunder. No, yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be definitely the largest stage, not just like the attendance, but the largest stage that I have ever stepped on.
Yeah.
Except for maybe like in high school when I was
It's gonna be fun.
when I was a thespian. I'm joking. I was not. I was not in the drama club. I was not good at any of that stuff, as you guys all know that. But
Yeah. Then we got Tech Night. It's quickly following behind that. Nominations are open for that. So yeah, I think that one of the nicest things that you can do for a fellow founder, a fellow business, is just take 2 seconds to nominate them for an award. We got several awards to choose from: Entrepreneur of the Year, Startup to Watch, Innovator of the Year, CTO, CIO of the Year. We have 9 different awards to choose from. Take a couple seconds, nominate somebody, and it's all part of the storytelling aspect of what we're trying to do here. So that'll be.
I'm
a fun
interested
night
to
as
see who wins the WN award. First time for that, probably the most meaningful of all time. Is the first time, I would think. So it'd be interesting to see who gets that. W is, I didn't know him well, but the time I had with him, there was like an impact. You're just like, there's an aura around this guy. It's like, oh man.
Yeah, I did not know him well either. I was super. It was really, really nice to hear how honored the family was that we were making this award in his honor. So,
yeah.
Rumor is they'll be in attendance for that night.
Oh, cool.
Same with Dan Bell. Dan was a tireless champion for the region, and we'll have an award in his name to honor him as well. So really, really good stuff. I'm excited about that as well. Tech Night. Just head to our website. All the info's there.
All right. I'm excited for today's guest. We've known him for approximately 17 minutes. An introduction from Chris Tillett, City of Portsmouth, economic development over there.
Shout out to Portsmouth.
Shout out. Martin, I don't know if you know this, but like Chris Tillett is like the greatest business development dude, like on the street, like from an economic development perspective, like in the history of any place.
It was, yeah, I agree.
He's like, if you haven't gone to lunch with him, make him take you to lunch, right? Like
we
he just knows every single. Yeah, we went to some pizza place. Yeah,
but we were walking down as the 3 of us. I felt like it was a 3-person parade because all we were doing was just waving to everybody. We were walking down High Street.
And it's not like he's the mayor or anything, but I mean, people treat him like that. I don't know why. But shout out to Mr. Christopher Tillett, who's obviously been on the show before. But Martin, welcome. Thanks for being here.
It's unique.
Yeah, so, I'm looking forward to diving in, if you will.
No pun.
Oh, that's funny. Wow, look at you and your choice of words there, Tim. What are you alluding towards? Oh wait, what's on this coffee cup? That looks fun.
It is.
I think that this I'm looking forward to this show. I mean, it should be just a chill vibe, like this whole the whole show.
Well, what do you have for me?
Well, yeah. What do you got? What do you got going on? We're going to go underwater and learn about the diving aspect. I think that we hear a lot about that, about the region, shipbuilding community. Always, you hear a lot about it, but we've never had anyone that's under the water and seeing the things. Like how much time a day do you spend? A typical day, how much time is spent underwater?
A typical day for myself or one of our divers is typically a minimum of 3 hours and as many as 10, depending on what the decompression limits you to.
Wow.
Physical aspect of it, is it a really labor-intensive job that we're performing, which you can imagine that quite a bit of our work is labor-intensive.
How does
that work? Were you a swimmer in high school, college, anything like that?
Where I came from, we did not have a pool. We had ponds, not pools. So there was no swimming in high school. I swam a lot in the summer and, went to the beach like, most anyone else. But to be clear, there was something, there was a driving force behind myself. I spoke to you earlier, I came from inland Carolina and knew no divers. There was no deep bodies of water. And this being in the 70s, I think it was Aquaman and too much Jacques Cousteau that drove me to this point. And I knew at 17 that this is what I wanted to do. I mean, like anyone else at that age, I didn't realize it was going to take me to this portion of my life, but it has, and it's been good.
So what do you, when you're underwater for 3 to 10 hours, what are you typically doing? What is the typical day in the life look like?
Okay, you could break that down. You mentioned some of the different areas of work we may be in, whether it's, let's say, ship's husbandry, that'd be working on ships, construction, offshore oil and gas, wind farm, things of that nature. So if I'm working on a ship, we could be polishing the propeller, actually cleaning the hull, opening up sea chest gratings and cleaning the piping leading into the vessel that may supply cooling water for generators or the primary propulsion device, things of that nature. Doing weld repairs on the hull.
Man, that's
just ships, and that's just a snippet of working on a ship underwater. But anyway, yes. So the day can be very long, and those jobs can drag into multiple days or weeks, depending on the complexity of that job.
All right, you knew this was going to go off the rails when you talked about Aquaman and Jacques Cousteau.
Of course. There's many bottle rockets that this thing develop into.
I have no idea what those things are. Can you guys just explain to me what a Jacques Cousteau is? I figure Aquaman is like a Marvel character or something. I don't know. Turbo Man is something, I can think about. Shout out to Arnold Schwarzenegger, one of the greatest Christmas movies of all time. Underrated, I think. But an Aquaman and a Jacques Cousteau, what are we talking about here?
Oh, Jacques Cousteau is probably who made being underwater more famous than anyone else. Helped found U.S. Divers, Aqualung, and traveled the world showing the people of the world what the underwater environment was. I forget when he was born, but he was making devices, I believe, as early as the 40s, and that just continued until he passed. He was just a true innovator, and again, he showed the world what it was like to be underwater, and that was just from basics to the environmental aspect later in his life. Seeing the impacts of decades of degradation due to pollution and other things. So anyway, really great human being. The world is better for him.
In terms of
I'll look them up.
Yeah. In terms of divers, does this area have a lot of divers per capita compared to other locations, or
commercial divers for sure? Recreational divers, not as much as a place like Florida, but it does have its share. There is some diving offshore. It's not touched on very much anymore. There's some lakes inland that people go to, but commercially, this is a fairly large epicenter for commercial diving because of the shipbuilding and just the general infrastructure that we have that's water-based that needs constant maintenance.
Are you doing this on the Elizabeth River? Or are you going out? Where is the majority of this stuff being done?
Well, you pick a river where you see vessels or you see piers. Anywhere where there's anything onloaded, offloaded onto a vessel, you're going to have an infrastructure built around that, and it's going to need to be built and repaired. There is certainly a lifespan. They're made with wood and steel, and both of those have their intricacies and their lifespans.
Man, it's just something that I haven't really thought about in terms of
Most people,
like when
most
you,
people don't.
yeah, because but we're surrounded by so obviously we talk about all the time. We're surrounded by so much water.
Drive over a bridge. What is holding that bridge up? That foundation will degrade to a point to where it has to be repaired or it's impassable. You're going to have failure. You will have failure.
Oh wow!
So every bridge you pass over, everyone.
Well, yeah, and that so you look at how long like the James River Bridge is, the Monitor Merrimack,
Yes.
the HRBT, Chesapeake Bay Bridge, and all, or just the power lines going across the James River.
Yes,
You know,
you may have seen it mentioning that they did some major repairs on the abutments for them a couple of years ago. Those transmission lines that run across, yeah. So it is a truly interesting field, and you can go in so many directions. There's just so much to be done. The engineering, the equipment that it takes. It's a vast group of really dedicated and intelligent individuals that really keep all of this going.
well, and I would imagine from a bravery standpoint, one to be underwater, not claustrophobic, and having like you have to. I would think you have to have a little crazy in you to
You nailed it. You started off maybe a little off base with the heroic side of it. I think the crazy may supersede all of that. But yes, to your point, it does take a unique person to do something that would make most people want to hide in the closet. So, yeah, there's an interesting group of people that make up this industry, and yeah, it's fun. That's part of the fun.
All right. A little wild. I mean, the heroics are probably because of Aquaman. You know, you're bringing people through it.
Well, I mean, it's just like I would imagine the military, the Navy would provide a lot of the people that you hire. I would think
they used to. That's where I began my career in 1988. Got out in '93, and I haven't stopped being in the water. So
because yeah, I mean, like just like EOD. The explode for the I'm trying to think explosive
UXO,
ordnance disposal
Mm-hmm.
people for like that's just a tight knit community, and I would imagine all the underwater divers and the underwater welders, they would all have like a super tight bond with one another. I would
very much so. We have industry parties, not even necessarily like company gatherings. We have industry gatherings specifically for that, and some of those aren't suit and tie kinds of events.
Okay, so you get out of the military, you decide that hey, like I want to do this diving thing, I want to create a business. Is it anything like that? Like how did all of that come about?
So that was a big failure initially. I'd started a small like hull cleaning business, and when I say hull cleaning, I mean like for private vessels, smaller vessels. And I had another business venture, some batting cages at the ocean front that kind of went high and right. And so I needed a real job working for someone else with some guaranteed income. And so I went to this company, Chesapeake Bay Diving, and worked for this company for quite a few years. And then the owner gave myself and two other at the time young men the opportunity to purchase the business, and that's where we came in. That was in the early 2000s when we took over the business.
Was that a big like change for you because you had just been the guy kind of doing the work, and now you're going to have to be the guy that kind of oversees?
Well, like I said, I had already dabbled in business. I think it was 94, 95. I actually, with the help of a friend, I submitted plans to put up a small building on Pacific Avenue, right across from where the Dome is now, the new park, 40-something foot building for concessions for the batting cages. So I had a little bit of experience early on in dealing with the government, and evaluating budgets and just doing the best. I mean, I was really young and not very good at any of that, but it's certainly a stepping stone.
Yeah, no,
So-
that stuff is fun.
Fast forwarding today, I'm sure I know the answer. More fun to be underwater or more fun to be the business owner and
I'd much rather be underwater. I don't get to do it very often. Last couple of weeks, we've been so busy that I had to supplement some dive teams, and I take zero leadership role, none whatsoever. If I go on a dive team, the men that are being paid to supervise, that's what they do, and I just dive.
I think that's super important, though. That's a really, really big lesson that, there's a time to lead and there's a time to follow. And you have to, you as owner, you have to know that. And your team members need to know that, hey, you've got authority to tell me and what to do and how.
I will not interject. A customer that doesn't know me, I won't even, they will just assume that I'm just, a member of the dive team, which I am. But yeah, the supervisor has control of the entire operation, and I'm simply there to do what needs to be done. And I
That's
like
cool.
it.
Okay, but you swim a little growing up, but now.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Every single opportunity I was given and took. If I went on someone's property just to go swimming in their pond, maybe without permission, but so I would get some water time, go swimming. Okay.
So what do you think your 50 freestyle time would be these days?
Oh my goodness, I have no idea. The last time I got timed was in the Navy, and I think my 500 was, I think 905 or something like that.
Okay. Well,
I was super skinny, still am, but yeah.
9 minutes. You gotta swim all day and you can only do 9 minutes? Come on, man. You can be faster than that.
For 500 meters.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something, yeah.
So what's the craziest thing you've seen in the waters here?
So I've been waiting for that question too.
Open for it. I'm hoping it's like a mermaid.
Well, I mean,
something ridiculous.
Thinking about how much of the underwater is unexplored and undocumented.
Yeah. So crazy stuff. It would be, inanimate objects would be just random UXO unexploded ordnance. But honestly, I think an Atlantic sunfish up close and personal is probably one of my favorites. I've seen sharks and all kinds of crazy fish and things driven in by the Gulf Stream with a southeast wind. But yeah, I think the Atlantic sunfish is probably one of my favorites for being in nearshore activities.
How just for reference, how big is the Atlantic sunfish?
Man, that's a big fish.
Is it?
I don't want to exaggerate, but I think the thing was probably, I don't know if you've seen them. It's a really odd looking creature, but I think it was 6 or 7 feet. Yeah. Look that thing up. That is a crazy.
Wow.
They're massive. They're big fish. I have no idea how they survived evolutionary.
Atlantic sunfish. That's what you said?
Yes.
It almost, when you guys see this, you're going to believe me when I say this, but it looks prehistoric.
It does. You wouldn't think it could swim fast enough to have survived, again, evolution. It does. It can move out pretty quickly.
That is a gnarly looking little sucker.
Mm-hmm.
Jaws just hit 50 years? Oh,
I did. I saw that the other day. I can believe
it. So just one of them? Were they swimming in?
No, I just saw one. Oh, and you know what? Another thing in the same place. This would be at the down in Duck.
Holy moly! Look at that.
Right.
This is you.
I didn't want to
That's
exaggerate.
Martin right there.
They are large creatures. Migrating stingrays. Like just a football field of stingrays. And fun fact, they won't swim through a pier. They will actually all go around the entire pier. The whole whatever you want to
Wow.
call them, whatever their multiple.
That's
Is there a
wild.
reason for that?
I don't know. I don't know whether they kind of visualize the whole thing as a solid. You know what I mean? The piles. I don't know if that's their
That
perception.
makes sense.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, that's fun. Honestly, there's not too many crazy things down there. Just the normal. We do see sharks. We do see many different kinds of fish, and it's
But like sharks in the
still
Elizabeth River
interesting.
type of thing?
I've never seen one in the Elizabeth River, but to be clear, even in Rudy Inlet down at the ocean front, many sightings of bull sharks, which that's notoriously the most dangerous shark on the planet. Yeah, you can check that out. Yeah. Statistically, that is the most fearsome and dangerous shark you can.
Wow.
Yeah, but I've
I
had
would
a
like to-
really close-up encounter with one while spearfishing, and it was actually a pleasant and interesting encounter. You could just tell that the animal wasn't being aggressive at the moment. I've seen aggressive sharks, and this particular one wasn't. So it was a neat experience.
Did you guys exchange phone numbers?
No, we certainly exchanged glances, though. It was swimming straight. We were swimming towards each other, and it just like boxed around me and went back in the same direction it was heading.
I always think people are kind of like loony for being like, oh, this shark, attacks someone. It's like, well, you are in their backyard.
Shark.
Like, this is their house.
Yes.
Like, maybe, like, why are you so surprised?
Yeah, that's it doesn't happen very often. We had a job in the Gulf of Mexico that we were on for quite a few years. And I think there were 4 separate sites that we were operating in about 80 miles offshore. And 2 of those sites had an incredible amount of, I think they were black tips, smallish sharks, but aggro all the time. No one got bit, but everyone was constantly trying to defend themselves.
Wow.
Yeah. That was the only experience where I was kind of over being around sharks. Barracudas, that job, actually, we had a large barracuda that would just watch us all day long. And that was pretty neat. Yeah. It would just sit there, hang out just a couple of feet from you. And this is probably a 6-foot barracuda, on the biggest side. And
so
we're sitting there burning, we're cutting with underwater torches, and that animal's just sitting right behind you all day. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they were streaming like on Netflix.
Right.
Happens they were watching you
You're ready to
guys.
come on your show. But yeah, I have friends though that have had some magnificent experiences with whale sharks and giant mantas out in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, that was our family. We took a trip a few years ago to Cancun just to do experience the whale shark swimming, and
you're lucky.
That was wild. I mean,
that's a cool experience, huh?
Oh yeah.
Was it off like you get on the boat and go like several miles out type of thing?
Yeah, we were on that. That thing was like 2 engines wide open for like 45 minutes to get there, then until they spot them. And then next thing you know, they're telling you to jump off the boat. And gosh, our kids were smaller back then. And we were like, what are we doing? Here we're off the coast of Mexico, throwing our kids off the ship to go swim with whale sharks. But it was
with a couple of guys.
You legit swam with them?
Yeah, I mean, because they're just kind of just moseying, doing what they're doing, and yeah, that was because they're like the size of a school bus. I mean,
I've always wanted those and the giant mantas. I've never seen them up close, and that's certainly I will have to go vacation apparently to go see that. I think I've missed the boat with in my career of seeing that. But yeah, good for you, man. That's funny though. You're down in Mexico. You just met the 2 dudes on this potentially piece of crap boat you're getting ready to get into with your kids, and
we're just chucking them off.
I know what you're talking about. I've had experiences on vessels like that in other places. Yeah, you don't know these people. It's a complete piece of crap, and you're going out in the ocean.
Yeah.
So maybe a crazy question, but is this industry of what you do, is our location like really prime for that?
Oh,
Like,
yes. Going back to just this very expansive, highly populated region living on the water. You've got all the you've got the tunnels, you've got the bridges, and then we will include the shipping industry. So not just the fact that the vessels are coming in and out of the port, but the fact that they've got to be made and repaired. We don't make that many vessels here, but we do repair quite a few, whether they might not even have to be dry docked. We would do the repairs pier side, or there are no underwater repairs to be done, and they're all internal repairs. So those two items create a lot of work for us.
I'm trying. I feel so ignorant, but I have so many questions.
No.
Like, is like the tunnels, for example, like how much work has to be done on these tunnels? Is like there an acceptable level of water that is allowed to go in the tunnel before they call you out to?
So we honestly, I've never even seen a proposal or request for proposal to do any underwater repairs to the tunnels. I did like the old ones. They would be created out of pipe. Let's say up in Maryland, what was it, Bethesda? No, it's not Bethesda. Sparrows Point, and there was a big steel mill there, and they would make the pipe, tie them together, create a tunnel, float it over here, and then sink it in place. I'm sure there's cathodic protection built into the system. I don't know what kind of monitoring devices they have. But yeah, the original tunnels, they were simply made out of steel. The new ones, they're boring them. There's really nothing that we could possibly do.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah. But
okay, so
again, we'll stick with the different pilings, whether they're cylindrical pipe or square concrete with pre-stressed wire inside, or old school timber. And they can all be repaired. Yeah. Some of the old ones, even some of the railroad bridges, if you can believe that.
Okay,
Well,
so
when the bridge collapsed in Maryland and Baltimore,
yeah.
So did they have to go and do underwater welding to disassemble all that stuff?
No welding.
Just rip it out?
Most of it was just ripped out. There was some underwater burning. It's a company called Broco makes a rod, and it utilizes a magnesium alloy wires that run through this mild steel tube pipe, and then you introduce 100% oxygen to that. You start it, and then you can literally cut stone with it. We primarily cut metal with it. Anyway, so that particular job, that was done intermittently if something couldn't have been cut with the device that was being held by the crane.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, I just never thought of this until today. So.
Oh, it's yeah. We did after Katrina and Rita, we went down for quite a few years and worked in removing, I think it was 3 different Gorilla class jackup rigs that had capsized. And so we had a lot of experience with cutting lattice work, like was on the Key Bridge, and just an incredible amount of stored energy. And I believe some lessons were learned down there, because we weren't the only ones down there working, but some devices were created and utilized in order to, and these are massive pieces of equipment, to cut the steel and then grab it and then remove it, or just cut it and then let it fall and remove it with another type of device with the crane.
So when there's a tunnel underwater, is that actually in the ground?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Like the ones that HRBT has been putting in. I mean, that's a straight tunnel board.
So it's in dirt. I guess, or whatever the
It's-
bottom floor is. It's not
it's
like
gonna
there's water on
be-
top and water on the bottom.
It's going to
It's
be
a
more
circle.
substantial than that. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
That I forget. I believe that bore was put something like 110 feet below, something like that. It was
110 feet from surface level, or 110 feet
Yeah,
below
from surface, the surface of the water down.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Interesting. I guess I just never
Yeah.
thought of that.
It's a super slow. Yeah. I mean, and it moves like
Very.
an inch an hour. I mean, it's a really, really slow process.
Oh,
It
it's about
is,
as fast as I run.
But yeah, that's I can't speak too much about that. But we've had done a couple of things out there for that project, but I get to hear people talk about it, and so unfortunately, my knowledge base is pretty small.
Do you how much of the work that you all do is local versus? It seems like you travel quite a bit for different jobs as well.
We do.
What's that mix?
That would probably only make up about 1%.
Oh wow.
Yeah. But I mean, 1% of we're diving every day. So we've been down to Colombia, to Hawaii, Alaska, California, Minnesota, Upper Peninsula, Michigan, just all over. Never to
Are there sharks in Lake Michigan?
Not that I know of. No.
What about
the
the
crazy
lobsters?
I did get to dive Lake Superior the first time it had frozen over since like 1978 or 79. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. We had, speaking of Minnesota and the UP of Michigan, 2 Coast Guard icebreakers had been working 24/7 for who knows how long. And both of these vessels, the rudders nearly fell off. Like literally there was one fastener out of, I forget, but let's say 10, there was only one left. And we got a call from the Coast Guard. Initially, the first one was in the Upper Peninsula. We fixed that one. And then 2 weeks later, we got a call to go to the UP for the exact same thing on another vessel.
What's if someone is interested and they want to take this on as a career path, how long does that take in terms of like a certification aspect? Is there like multiple paths that you can go to? Maybe you want the welding path versus something different.
So you could go to the Navy. You can get your certification through the U.S. Navy, or you can go to, I think it's a handful of schools now. One in Seattle, 2 in Texas, 1 in New Jersey. I believe that's it that are active. Seattle, Washington. I can't forget that one. That's a good one. So typically it is from, I think, 3 to 9 months. And honestly, the 3-month one is a really good school. And I'm not going to put names out there, but people can do their research. That's a really good school. And honestly, that's all the time that you need. My understanding is the other schools that the length of time is longer and they're worth, it costs considerably more to go to. That's simply to be able to get funding for the students. So like veterans, VA funding, the school has to be a certain length in order to facilitate that. So they have changed their curriculum to facilitate that funding. Whereas this other school, you can get it for considerably less monetarily and in length of time. So anyway, you can choose other avenues if you would like. You can, specialize in welding. You've got some medical courses that you can take. But ideally, I believe most, especially inland companies, would agree with me. Just get your certification. All you need to do to dive commercially, and there's only one. That's it. There's no additions, nothing else.
Interesting.
Everything else you have to earn by time in the business. because you can't learn what you need to learn at that school. They're not going to put you in
that makes
situations
sense.
that you. Oh yeah, it's a very fluid environment, as you can as you
So
can imagine.
do you track how much time you have underwater, like pilots track flight hours? Is there some sort of mechanism for that?
Mandatory, because at a minimum, every dive you make is logged, and you are supposed to maintain a log book. So yes, everybody should know the amount of time that they have underwater.
Interesting. Because I would imagine, I'm looking at some of the pictures on your website, so it looks like you can go down with the tanks, or
That
you
is-
can just
that
go down
is-
there with a tethered system type of thing.
Yeah. We're always surface supplied. The tank is for an emergency only. That is it. And those are, I think that our website's very antiquated. We're getting ready to redo that along with everything else. But the majority of those are from the Gulf of Mexico on that particular project I was telling you about. It was deep. We were diving well over 300 feet with a Coast Guard variance surface gas. So it was it was awesome.
Wow.
I'm not even,
So I guess
gonna try and act like
with
it wasn't.
that, so like, what's the longest that you could stay underwater with surface supplied oxygen? That you could stay there almost like an endless amount of time, I would think.
You cannot. You cannot. So let's say at 30 feet, you've got about 5 hours. So this is the dive tables are created for a time at depth. And so you're going to, let's say, on gas a certain amount of nitrogen into your system if you're breathing air. So you're going to take this inert gas in, and it stays in your bloodstream. And as you rise, that has to be processed through your lungs, through your cardiovascular system, and primarily. It can come out through your skin as well, but that takes time. And so the deeper you go, the longer you stay at depth, the more that inert gas, and it depends on what inert gas you have. If you have a heliox mix, because you need to get rid of the nitrogen, because nitrogen becomes narcotic, if you will. So let's say for every atmosphere, every 33 feet is like having a cocktail. And so those cocktails will add up every 33 feet. So at a point, you have to, you will not function properly. You'll be drunk. And which that is immediately, when you come up, there is no lasting effects. That effect subsides as you come up, equally.
Wow.
Yeah. So again, we will switch to a helium mix in order to compensate for that. And then this whole physiology side, now we also have to decrease the oxygen, because oxygen becomes toxic the deeper you go, because of the volume of air that you're breathing. You've got to think about the additional amount, the quantity of gas that you have.
Is all that done? Is there a program that will do that automatically, or do you all have to
We still, it's 90. I'd say 99.9% of everyone still does it. I'm looking at a sheet that has all of my guidelines on it. Their tables, my dive tables, and you do that longhand.
Yeah, but when you're
even the gases. So, hypothetically, let's say we're getting ready to make a dive to 240 feet. I'm just throwing this out there. So if anyone's watching, please, this is just an example. I might have an 86-14 mix, 86% helium, 14% oxygen. And you will notice that is not 21%, which you're used to seeing as our, what we require physiologically. So you have to bring that gas down so you don't have like pulmonary O2 toxicity
It's
or
just it's amazing to me how
central nervous system. Yeah, it's
technical all of this is. This is
oh
this
yeah,
is
yeah,
not-
yeah. It gets the deeper you go, it gets extremely technical. I've got a dive log from a guy who was over 1,000 feet, and his percentage of oxygen in the mix was 0.5%.
So is he doing that while he's down there, or is someone else doing that up there?
Oh
Because
no,
if, you
no,
know,
that's
if
all.
you're drunk down the bottom of the water, you know, that sounds pretty difficult. To
Okay,
be like,
so
"Ah,
no.
you know, 0.5, no, not that.
No. So yeah, that's all done by the supervisor,
Got it.
top side, and that is long before the dive has began. Yeah, things are planned way in advance when we do things,
Does
especially
the
of that nature.
style of body of water matter, like salt versus other things in that
Well,
equation too?
so
Or
I think you've got a 2-pound disparagement between salt and freshwater. That doesn't really, we don't really take that into account when we're diving. If we have to buoy something, add air to something, that most certainly does count.
wow.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the maximum depth? Is 1,000 feet about it, or can you even go?
They've
deeper
gone
than
over
that?
1,000 feet. I can't remember what the maximum dive depth is now, but it's
'Cause I
well
didn't even
over 1,000.
think about like the buoy aspect, or like I would imagine like the oil rigs in the Gulf of Mexico. Those are probably you got to. I don't know what the depth is of the Gulf. I guess-
So operational depth. So let's say in diving, I don't know too many guys that have operated outside of the 600-foot range.
Wow.
Now that again, let's go back to something that you said about an unlimited amount of time because you're surface applied. That's not the case. Again, we're going to go back to these tables. So let's say you've got 30 minutes, 5 hours at 30 minutes. You've got 60 minutes at 60 feet. So you notice that there's a difference there. It continues, the time at depth continues to go down the deeper you go. At 300, a little over 300 feet, we actually had 15 minutes of time for tangible work. And that's it.
Wow.
Yeah.
so the more I hear, the more I hear this, the more dangerous this actually sounds. Because at first I'm like, okay, like, you know, he's just cleaning whatever, you know, whatever. But now, I mean, math. We got to math this whole
yeah, now
thing?
we've had to add math into this. I know.
So, like on a scale of 1 to 10, how dangerous do you think this career is?
Well,
And you can use decimal points if you want.
yeah. I've known of some fatalities and people get hurt. But honestly, I hear of guys falling off roofs way more often.
Yeah. Yeah.
We try very hard with regulations and training and intercompanies discipline to create an environment that is safe, checks and balances. Every hose is we try to stay on top of every single piece of equipment, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant within the system it may appear. Man, it's tested, it's logged, and not just one time. I mean, this is like whether it's a semi-annual or an annual or in every dive for that matter. You know, you're going to inspect your helmet. You should inspect everything within sight. If you're a good diver, if you're a good supervisor, it's not mandated. Myself, I'm going to look at everything.
Yeah. I mean, the thing that's interesting is that like, typically we talk about, you know, the Fervent Four Show. For those that are not familiar, 4% of businesses hit $1 million in annual revenue. So a lot of times during the show, we talk about business and what you did to become successful. But the other thing that we do here at Innovate Hampton Roads is serving as a storyteller of the region. And like this episode is very unique in terms of sharing the story of this is a very highly specialized skill that
it's a lot of fun, and I'm proud to be a part of it.
Yeah, that's very specific to this region. And yeah, very, very, way more specialized than I ever even imagined it would be.
I feel very lucky to have fallen into it. And I've met some incredible people, and the companies speaking about the other companies in the area, I couldn't speak more highly of some incredible people that do some really good work. So yeah, it's
You
With
just
that,
don't think
what's-
about the stuff that you do
yeah,
as a,
people don't.
as a thing, but it's
Mhm.
like
It's a real, I mean, it is a thing. It is a thing.
Yeah.
I mean, during COVID, we all had sheets of paper from the federal government, saying we could go anywhere. Because again, everywhere you go, you're impacted by the water. And if you're impacted by the water, then more than likely there's some mitigation that has to be in place underwater.
yeah. What's it like doing business in Portsmouth?
I'd say it's fairly easy. Fairly easy. Again, with people like Brian Donahue and Chris Tillett, it makes things easier. So,
well,
Yeah.
you just right in there with them.
Yeah.
They're going to be so happy to hear that.
Portsmouth
No,
has a lot of really cool stuff that's going on, and it's
I'm
think-
glad to be a part of it.
don't sleep on Portsmouth.
No.
Oh, maybe that's what their marketing campaign should be. Tim, you could be getting an advertising manager. You're creative now. Don't sleep on Portsmouth.
Yeah, no, it's been if people don't really recognize it. So we were I don't want to say forced to be in Portsmouth, but we were, because that's where we worked for the people that we came to work for initially, before we were given the opportunity to become the owners of Chesapeake Bay Diving. So obviously there was an opportunity to leave Portsmouth, but one of it's not difficult to do business in Portsmouth. So, that's not, a big deciding factor. But the central location of Portsmouth, let's say if you were a service provider of almost anything, Portsmouth is a pretty decent place to be. If you process it, if you've got, let's say, an HVAC company, and you've got multiple crews running out all over the Hampton Roads area every day. Well, you put yourself, located near a freeway in Portsmouth, which we did, and you are, we're operating out of Virginia. We operate everywhere in Hampton Roads. And so we made a very pointed decision to be centrally located, and Portsmouth is it, as far as I'm concerned. So that's a nice deciding factor.
I think the fine folks of Portsmouth would love to hear that. So,
Don't sleep on Portsmouth.
I can't wait to see that on a banner.
Yeah.
Like I
I don't know.
that
It's
happen.
wild.
I saw that happen.
It was
it would
really
be funny
wild.
that
I just came back. Zack knows, but we just came back from a cruise, so we wanted to support the local economy. We jumped on the cruise leaving out of Norfolk on Carnival, and it was the ride going out and then coming back in along the Elizabeth River.
It's cool, right?
It was really, really cool. I mean, I was amazed at how long it took.
Oh yeah, they
to
go
get
so slow.
outside of the HRBT. I mean,
like 3 hours.
It was
it takes forever.
Yeah, dude. So we were on the ship. We left at like 4:30. Our dinner time was at 6. We're in the halfway through dinner, and we still weren't through the HRBT. I mean, it was a long journey.
What vessel were you on?
It was the Sunshine, one of the two. It was the 8-day cruise. But
oh wow,
yeah. So, but it was a lot of fun.
Cool. Where'd you end up going to?
We first stop was at Half Moon Cay in the Bahamas, the Carnival Island there, and then we went to Grand Turk, and we jumped over to the Dominican Republic, and then we came back.
I think the Grand Turk is where the deepest. They have like the deepest water in the world is, or something like that. Maybe,
What?
or maybe they just lie about it. It's But I feel like it was like 1,000 feet. I don't know. It was probably a lie. But like they get you and like you can see, and then if you go over this, it's a black hole. Only $40 to get on this boat ride. Something like that probably. But because I feel like I've been to Grand Turk.
Yeah, it was.
On that
It
same
was.
boat.
I mean, it was. I was really, really happy to see that. I mean, it was a sold out cruise, and so I'm happy to see that people are taking advantage of the port, and with Nauticus being able to jump on there. And what a really cool thing that so many people were traveling from all over Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, West Virginia. There was a strong presence there, but all these people traveling into Norfolk to get on that cruise ship was really cool.
I think this is the first time they've done year round too, right? In its history.
I mean, I don't know why. I think it should be expanded. I mean, why not? Again, where we're located, it's such an easy place.
It was wild to see when we left the pier how they to go through the turning process to turn the ship. Takes up almost the whole width of the Elizabeth River. It was wild.
Yeah. Those
boats are massive.
They're massive, but they're so complicated. And not in a negative way, as far as the thrusters that they have on them now, their ability to really manage themselves with little human oversight. It's really cool. That's been pretty neat.
When they have to get cleaned or whatever the technical term is, like how long does it take would they dry dock something like that, or would they do
No. So there's a local company, Seaward. They have proprietary machines, and they could, again, whomever's watching, don't be critical, but I would expect they could clean a Carnival vessel or something of that size 2 to 3 days. I mean, 100%.
And how often would that have to happen?
So summertime marine growth is near exponential to what it would be in the dead of winter. But let's say quarterly, I would expect. And what drives that is fuel consumption.
That's what I was going to say. I would imagine that's also very technical in terms of how much you save in fuel.
We used to be highly ingrained with Maersk and some other companies, but they've since they find extremely cheap labor in South America and some Asian countries. So we don't see much of that work anymore. But back when we were doing it, we were kind of, in the know of what kind of fuel consumption they were getting, what they were saving, the periods between cleanings. And then we were also, at that point in time, there was a regulatory requirement to change the anti-fouling paint from copper-based in ablative style, which means it literally just wipes off, to paints that had I don't know what the exact engineering term is, but the marine growth would just release off of it. It was so slick. Like there was many ways you can look at that. You can look at something that is like zero porosity, really tight, and now it has the inability to actually adhere itself to it. And then now this is the problem. So you've got paints of that nature, non-ablative. Again, ablative is where the paint actually sloughs off. Well, after the first cleaning, now you've introduced scratches, which is what do you call that in surface preparation for paint? That's your surface profile. So let's say if you're going to paint a car, you have to sand it with X grit in order to get a surface profile for the paint to actually get into and adhere itself. Well, what ended up happening is you would clean that hull with nylon brushes, but they would still put tiny scratches in there, and then the marine growth it would not want to come off. And so now you've got to use more aggressive measures, which obviously in turn put a greater surface profile, which it just exacerbates the problem.
Wow. If you
I
travel,
got one.
do you travel to go diving at other places, or do you get your fill here locally?
I bring free diving equipment with me everywhere I go. I don't dive. Honestly, I don't go looking to dive. My point in saying with the free diving equipment is I'm game to get in the water at any, especially if we're talking about, nice, clear, tropical waters, I'm game all the time. It has not lost its shine.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
You ever seen any pirates?
I do not. Today's pirates, I want zero parts of. Goodness. Yeah, that's a whole nother show, I believe. That's pirates are scary. Pirates are scary. I've got friends that have had to deal with them. And, that's a serious problem around the world right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's no joke.
Well, I hope at some point you find a sunken treasure.
That would be nice. Yeah, I did. I got to dive on what was supposed to be the Juno, which was a Spanish galleon off of Ocean City. It's one of my first really cool jobs. That was in 180 foot of water off of Ocean City. And I forget, we were on the sister ship of that fishing vessel they made that movie about years and years and years ago. Anyway, that was just a cool little side note. But I got to do that one time. Yeah, I was like, I think I was 27, 28 years old, and I'm out looking for sunken treasure.
Well, and I would imagine it would be interesting to know how much either shipwreck or aircraft or just wreckage in general is along.
There's a lot. Fishermen, commercial fishermen have what's called a hang log, and they are thick. And it is, again, going back to everything you just mentioned, all over the place. Yeah.
Wow.
So we like to end every show with a very specific question. So we actually lied to you and we said we were going to wing this whole thing. We had one question.
Maybe I should have watched a whole show. All right.
There's some variation of it, but
there's no wrong answer on this one.
There is not. But Tim, you want to do the honors?
Well, I guess when you are above water and you're on the surface, you're looking for a place to eat. Is there a restaurant or a region, food of the region that we need to market ourselves after?
I'm going to say the leaping lizard.
Okay.
If you're not familiar, it's on Shore Drive. If you're coming from the ocean front, before you get to the tunnel on the right-hand side, it is a farm to table. The gentleman that owns it, he travels across the country. He does some research prior to, and he will drive around and he will research different food items from different places. And he will come home. He's a very intelligent person that I've got a lot of respect for. And you will not go wrong. From breakfast to dinner, desserts, it doesn't matter. It's made in-house with very specifically selected ingredients.
Selfishly speaking,
the leaping lizard.
This is why I like this show. So I learn about new places to check out. Very cool.
All right,
Martin, this has been absolutely lovely. Learned a lot of things I never thought happened. So thank you for that.
Absolutely.
And, I look forward
Jacques
to
Cousteau.
That's what I was about to say. Jacques Cousteau. I'm going to do a little Jacques Cousteau YouTube, looking through tonight, and we'll see what happens. I don't know what to expect. And the Aquaman, whatever. So.
Well, yeah, Chesapeake Bay diving. Who thought that there was such a cool story and cool company right in Portsmouth? Very cool.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Thanks for your time. Peace.
Hey, everybody. I'm Tim Ryan, Executive Director of Innovate Hampton Roads, and I'm inviting you to attend the Startup World Cup on August 21st, 5 o'clock, here at Town Center in Virginia Beach.